over there. I was just saying I was not calling them weird. I was just saying I'm not familiar with the dash cams, other than police officers having them. I've never had one, and nobody in my family has had one. And I've been in y'all's cars, and I assume neither one of you have one.
That's what you assume.
Yeah, but maybe you're recording me, and I don't know. So I wasn't calling them weird. I just called them new to me, and that was information I was learning yesterday. The other side of this, we've talked a lot of the legal side of this. There's a whole debate that nobody can settle on, whether it's going to come down to whatever you believe on whether Brandon Miller should have been suspended back on January 16th, whether he should be suspended now. You heard Brown just say, you didn't suspend him on January 16th. Why are you going to suspend him now? Because Nate Oates has led us to believe he knew all the information back then on January 16th, right?
Oh,
That's what he says.
Alabama knew this the night it happened. Right. So they've chosen, as we said early on in the show today, they chose to play Brandon Miller and Jaden Bradley a long time ago.
Yeah.
Knowing everything that we now know.
And the optics are bad, but you've got to assume, too, that Alabama had all of their attorneys present, asked every question, and made sure that they said, their opinions, they felt like he could be clear.
So somewhere back then, they made the decision. So if you're waiting for Brandon Miller to be suspended now, that likely isn't going to happen unless the fact that you're on, outside the lines and, a lot of national discussion about it changed the way you felt back on January 16th. Now that it's out in the public's eye and discussion, then that can change maybe a decision that's going to be made, not something a lot of people are expecting or want, but it has been discussed today on the show. Two different discussions there totally. One legally, and one is about what should happen inside a basketball program on the college ranks.
Well, I would say this. You've chosen to play him already based on what you know. It looks very weak that once it gets reported, then you change your course. I would say you've already made this choice. You've decided whatever consequences come from continuing to play him, we're going to deal with that. If you just stand by that for the next 48 to 72 hours, people move on from this story. Now, you're still going to get criticism for it, but it's not going to be the biggest story in sports anymore. And after one game, you play him one more game, you're not going to feel that same amount of pressure. You've already made this choice. If you're Alabama, I think you stick with it. I don't know why you wouldn't.
No, you're right, and because there's always a new news cycle that comes through. But this team will hear about it each time they take the court.
There's no doubt they will.
And it will be something that will be the backdrop of the season for however long it lasts.
And this team has shown to be very mentally strong, and I don't know how this will impact them, if at all. They've likely known as much about this as anyone, so I don't think it was a surprise to Alabama's players yesterday when this came out either. But they are going to hear about it on the road. The good news is, in terms of that, you go to South Carolina. That's not exactly a tough road spot. You're not going to go to some of the tougher road venues where this might really get brought up a lot.
One more question I wanted to ask you guys that I meant to ask early when we first started. If this was a player in Brandon Miller that was playing 3 minutes a game and averaging 2 points a game, would he still be on the team?
Don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, I
think what you're asking me, do great players get preferential treatment sometimes? The answers are yes. But in this case, I don't know. But historically, do great players get preferential treatment? Yes.
I agree with you.
Yeah. All right. That's our show. And as I started it off, we don't know how to do anything except be honest with you. We can't fake any other emotion. We can't cover up any emotion. We just lay it all out as honestly as we can. And when 4 hours is over with, we pack it up and we do it again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Thanks for all the comments. I think we went over 2,000 or at least over 1,000 comments in the chat room today. Thank you for participating there. Thanks for jumping in with us on Twitter, as always, at Next Round Live. All the comments on our other platforms, all 12 of them. We're back at it again with another live show tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Times. Thank you to Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Drink responsibly. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So much to get to on the show today, including more of the Brandon Miller situation out of Tuscaloosa, because he had a historic game last night for Alabama. So we'll get to the games on the court and the latest information on Brandon Miller. It was a must-win for Auburn, and they got that, and it wasn't as easy as everybody thought it was going to be. We'll get to that. Senior night for UAB and a lot more college football news to get to, and discussion about Clay Travis in the Next Round. We'll get to that on this show coming up as well. So stay with us over the next 4 hours as we jump into that. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Tyler is in for Rockstar, who's in Bakersfield, California tonight. Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor Korn handling everything social media at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Go like, subscribe on all our 12 platforms. We appreciate you all being with us today, as we always are. So let's start first with what happened before the game last night, between the end of our show and the tip last night in Columbia. The 7 hours between that was packed with a lot of stuff. The first thing that happened was a release from Brandon Miller's attorney, who tried to clarify some of the reporting and or misreporting about the Brandon Miller case and what has been said and what authorities and them have sort of gotten together. We've got that release for you, and you see it here on the screen. Many of you have read that. When you saw that, Ryan, what was some of the takeaways for you there?
I like how formal we are now, Ryan.
What was I supposed to say, Brownie?
It's normally Brownie.
Brownie, what was your takeaway there?
It was, I mean, look, it's an attorney's statement. So obviously an attorney's job is to represent his client and as best he possibly can. I don't think you're going to have an attorney release a statement that says, oh, by the way, my client's 100% guilty. Y'all got this all wrong. However, I will say the vast majority of what is in that statement is easily corroborated by video that is accessible by the Tuscaloosa Police Department, which I'm certain they've had since the night of the altercation, the night of the murder.
At least 3 angles.
Yeah, I mean, and plus, not to mention, we're told that Brandon Miller has shared his dashboard camera as well. So, you know, that would be very up close. So most of what is in that statement is easily corroborated. So I would take that statement very much at face value, because it would be insane for an attorney to release a statement that contradicted video he knows Tuscaloosa Police Department has. I mean, I don't know this attorney. I've obviously never met him nor been represented by him, but I think anybody that's passed the bar exam would know better than to do that, right?
Yeah. And look, there were a lot of gray areas yesterday. I think we got clarification, at least from one side in that statement. There were some people that speculated, bring me my gun. He actually showed up and handed him the gun. The attorney stated for Brandon Miller that he never touched the gun.
And that had come up in the hearing yesterday or 2 days ago as well. Yeah.
The gun was under clothes. Didn't even know the gun was back there until he got the text. I thought another important thing was Brandon Miller actually showed up before the Jeep showed up, because, there was that thought that the victim was actually blocked.
Yeah, and I think
according to the attorney, that's exactly what happened.
And that's part of what I'm saying. That's
exactly.
easily seen on video. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have a video angle of that one. So again, I would say any attorney is not, I can't imagine, would lie about something that they know is on video that police have. I mean, that would be crazy to do that. So I am assuming police have video that shows that Brandon Miller arrived there and the Jeep pulled up behind him, that there was no intent to block the street. Was the street potentially blocked? Potentially. But was there intent to block it if you're there first and then somebody pulls up behind you? No.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think was important in this statement and assuming the statement is entirely true, and I'm not making that assumption, I'm just saying if you operate from everything in the statement is 100% true, is that the text in question that would have alerted Brandon Miller that this was more than just, oh, I left my gun in your car, I need your gun, that Brandon Miller actually received while already on his way to pick Miles up. Now, I've read this statement a couple of times, and I'm not the most comprehensive reader, I'll admit that. But I don't know if his side is making the argument that because he was driving, he didn't see the text, or he saw the text and was confused by it, didn't realize that he was already on his way. He just figured, I'll go get Miles and get him out of the situation, and then it quickly escalated when he got there, because that's the picture they do paint in the statement, is that he arrived and it escalated almost instantly. That it wasn't like he was there, saw it, decided to stay, that it instantly escalated. And again, that would easily be shown on video on that type of timeline. So I think those are the two most important things from the statement.
You know, one thing we really never talked about was after shots were fired, they said Brandon Miller's vehicle immediately exited the situation. You know, when did police show up? Who else was on scene? There still are a lot of things that are unknown, at least to me. I don't know about you guys.
And that will continue to unfold as the case moves forward. And at some point, we will all see the video, which will tell a lot of things. And again, Brandon Miller's lawyer yesterday pointing out that Brandon never got out of the car, according to the lawyer.
Well, which, there are bullet holes in the windshield. I found that part pretty interesting, too. And that's, again, something that I guess maybe, I don't know. I mean, again, we don't know all the facts of what happened that night. Police do, investigators do, the people on the scene do. That was part that I don't guess I had ever stopped to consider, was he in or out of the car when the bullets hit the windshield? I just assumed he was out of the car. Boy, if you're in a car when bullets start hitting a windshield, that's a scary scene, man.
You got a small margin of error there.
Yeah, so that's from Brandon Miller's lawyer yesterday. The other part came from UA Athletics. I assume that's Greg Byrne's name, even though it was listed as UA Athletics. Greg Byrne also doing a podcast yesterday with Reese Davis of ESPN, talking about the decision-making on why Brandon Miller stayed on the floor. 11 games. He's played in all 11 of them since the death of Jamea Harris, age 23. And he's played in every game since then, and it was a University of Alabama decision. Greg Byrne explained that, saying that he met with Nate Oates, he met with the school president, he met with school attorneys, and everyone else that would be involved in meetings like that. Several meetings, he decided. Here's the release from UA Athletics. They continue to cooperate fully with law enforcement in the ongoing investigation of the tragic situation. They go on to say that Brandon Miller is not considered a suspect. And at least at this time, or they just say he's not considered a suspect. So they went on to say that based on all the facts gathered, he remains an active member of the Alabama basketball team.
Well, I think an important line in there, too, is there is no dispute about Brandon's activities during the evening. So if there is no dispute, what Brandon is telling Alabama happened, Tuscaloosa Police and the district attorney's office and whatever eyewitness accounts there, apparently they all agree that this is exactly what happened. For Greg Byrne to say there is no dispute about Brandon's activities during the evening, whatever story he has told that Alabama accepts as factual, by Greg Byrne's statement, I am assuming Tuscaloosa Police, and to the extent they can, and the Tuscaloosa district attorney's office, to the extent they can, has said, yes, this is what we believe also happened.
I would just assume that, when all of this went down on January 15th, Alabama knew a shitstorm was coming sooner or later.
I would have to think so, yeah.
Yeah, and so I would assume that they did all their due diligence in order to clear him to play because they knew this day was coming.
The only thing I'm a little puzzled by, and listen, I understand that you've got an ongoing investigation, so you're limited as to what you could say, but Greg Byrne was being asked day one about other players being involved. So Alabama knew from day one, obviously, as did a number of members of the media and many of you that are just normal fans, that Jaden Bradley and Brandon Miller were somehow in the area of this, right? Not necessarily complicit in it or whatever, but they were at least around it.
At some point throughout the evening, they had been part of the. They were going to be witnesses,
right? And Alabama chose to never mention that, and that could have been on strict, directives from the district attorney's office, Tuscaloosa police investigators, whatever the case might be. I get that, but you knew, to your point, Lance, at some point there were going to be hearings where these names were mentioned. And I had thought all along that Alabama knew that the biggest part of this situation was not that Brandon Miller had dropped someone off or picked someone up, that the eventual murder weapon was in Brandon Miller's car at some point with Brandon alone there, and that weapon was, in his car, pulled out of his car and used in a murder, okay? I had assumed Alabama had known that from day one and realized that when you start getting preliminary hearings, these are the types of things that are to come out, and it's open to the public. The public is going to know that. So I was a little curious as to why Alabama didn't try to somehow attack this more on the front end, knowing that this was going to come out.
Yeah, I would agree.
But Lance, the thing that Greg Burns said yesterday is they learned new facts at that hearing, and I am curious as to what those new facts are. Because if they never knew until the hearing that the gun was in the back seat, then, was Brandon Miller not entirely forthcoming? Was he not able to be forthcoming because police told him not to tell Greg Byrne and Nate Oates? I mean, those are just questions that we may never know the answer to.
But the fact we do know is he asked him to bring his gun. So at that point, he did know there was a gun in the car.
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
So again, the optics, the bad judgment, if somebody makes the bad judgment not to show up for a class, there's typically repercussions.
Well, that is the debate that is going on around the country, and I pointed this out yesterday that sadly, with this murder case, and there are thousands of them across America every day, sadly, in this murder case, the discussion is more not about anything else about a murder or anything else before this. 5 weeks after the murder, it's about the eligibility of one basketball player who is the best basketball player on the number 2 team in the country. And that really is the only thing that has pulled this murder out of the tens of thousands that go on in America every day. It's the only reason it's made it on the timeline of a lot of people and is interested to a lot of people, whether it's Michael Wilbon or anyone else in America where there are thousands of murders every day. This one becomes interesting because sports is involved, and that is it's a fact in America.
And I can't point fingers because I'm as guilty as anyone of that.
That's right. I said that yesterday on Twitter.
Yeah, you did.
That they wash over me. There are so many murders in our country.
It's an awful thing. There's a kid that's going to be raised without a parent, but I'm just going to be 100% honest with you. I haven't thought much about that over the past month or so until Brandon Miller got back associated with it.
And I think sadly we just get conditioned for that. I mean, it seems like there's a mass shooting every week.
And with that said, they eventually played basketball last night. And you can only describe the mood around watching Alabama basketball right now as odd. It's an odd feeling. It feels different. It's an odd feeling. And I think the team, at least everybody other than Brandon Miller, sort of performed that way last night. We'll get into the actions on the court after I tell you about our great friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a wonderful place to go to school, Montevallo should be that place. If you're looking for small class sizes, a wonderful, wonderful place to experience your college years. The small class sizes can help your son or daughter academically inside the classroom. Athletically, if they want to continue their athletic career, they can do that as well. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. And there you can maybe continue that career. They got a great baseball team right now, number 8 in one poll, number 10 in the nation in another poll in college baseball Division II right now. Off to a really great start there. Wonderful theater department, broadcasting school, and also a beautiful campus. Southern Living raves about that. You can schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. So they played basketball last night in what is an odd situation with everything going on off the court around this team, but yet maybe the most successful on the court basketball team for Alabama in a long, long time, maybe ever. And they go out and Brandon Miller scores 41, and the crowd is chanting, lock him up. The crowd is booing every time he touches the ball. It really is a surreal scene to watch it unfold. And there is no doubt that the atmosphere there was more juiced last night than a normal South Carolina home game for a team that's at the basement of the SEC because Brandon Miller was on the court. And it was if you took Brandon Miller away for the other 12 players on the roster, it may have been their worst performance of the year.
or maybe that's unfair because Brandon was so good. But he scored 41. He dominated the game. He saved it and got it to overtime. He won it at the end. And without Brandon Miller last night, Alabama, well, I don't know if you could say that because I don't know how the rest of them would have performed. But last night, he won the game at South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Alabama probably loses that game by double digits. I will say South Carolina played better than I've seen South Carolina play this entire season.
Maybe since the Final Four run under Frank Martin.
I mean, this team has been so bad. They had lost 7 consecutive conference games at home. They were a 17.5-point underdog at home. And that was just a performance that you don't see in college basketball. To score 41 points in a 40-minute game, and I've got gremlins on my computer again, so I don't know how many minutes Brandon Miller played. I would say
he played 43 minutes last night.
Yeah, so 41 points in 43 minutes is incredible.
It is. The most amazing thing is I looked this morning because we were at Odie's for trivia night where Lance will verify. I said, I bet you Brandon Miller scores 30 tonight.
Yeah, he did. And,
I was wrong, Dunaway.
It's an unfortunate situation because we're looking over our shoulders to watch TV, watching a TV across the bar. So we're unable to really be engaged for the full 40 minutes of that game. But we got to see a good part of the second half. We got to see overtime. And it was just a performance for the ages. It
was. Now, I was about to say, looking at the box score, the most astonishing number in there for me is that South Carolina was 9 of 21 from beyond the arc because it felt like 15 of 16 from beyond the arc.
I missed the 12 they missed.
I know. I mean, clearly I was not watching for those because it seemed like they made everything they threw up.
So Brandon Miller, what was the Saturday that he missed every one of his threes? Was that against Auburn? I think it was.
I think so, maybe.
Where he was 0 of 7.
Yeah,
down in Neville.
Yeah,
yep.
So he goes 6 of 13. The rest of the roster goes 1 of 14 behind the arc.
Oh, yeah, it was as bad as everybody around Alabama could play. And Nate Oates was asked about, was this a distracted team with all that is going on? And, I did not know how Alabama's team would react to this, Jim, because this was, I would imagine for the vast majority of the team, I had initially thought going in this was not news to them, but there were obviously parts of this that were news to Greg Byrne and Nate Oates, so I don't know. But if anybody was going to be distracted, you would have thought it would have been Brandon Miller.
Yeah, here is Nate Oates last night, cut forward Tyler, after the game, and we'll get into in our next segment what he was saying about everything else and him once again trying to roll back his initial statements after the Brandon Miller involvement in the case became public. We'll get into that coming up in our next segment as well, but as far as basketball on the court last night, Nate got asked the question that Brownie just brought up.
You talk about Brandon, but for the other guys, how much of a distraction maybe was all this for them, and did you see that maybe affect them in their play?
It's hard to say. We've been in, the Vanderbilt game came after that. It may have been. I mean, if I want to make an excuse for him, we can use it, but I'm not really a guy that makes too many excuses. We got to play better. Some of those other guys didn't play up to their typical performance. So, I'm not sure. It obviously could have been a distraction, but, Brandon showed up, played pretty well. So I think, it may have just been coincidental. I don't know. Well, hopefully we play a lot better Saturday. We need everybody to play a little bit better Saturday for us.
So there's no other way to describe the atmosphere around these games right now, though, that it is just an odd feeling. And the question becomes just strictly from this team and what's actually happening in sports and on the field. Does that go on Saturday at home? Does it continue into next week? Does it continue into the SEC tournament? Does it continue into the NCAA tournament? Do they ever play another game where it doesn't feel odd for them playing, for the people watching, for the people broadcasting? Do they ever play another game where it doesn't feel odd?
No, I don't think so. I mean, after watching the body language of this team, I mean, Brandon Miller was in a zone. Everybody else seemed tight, almost depressed. It's like nobody's having fun. I mean, and you can understand with the situation and the cloud over the program right now. I mean, just listening to Nate Oates, his demeanor has changed over the last week. And it is going to stick with this program because when they go on the road, and again, I don't think Columbia, South Carolina is one of the more hostile environments in college basketball. We were talking about this before. This would have been Neville Arena, Thompson Bowling, Rupp Arena. I can't even imagine what it would have been like. Yeah. So You're going to see this carry along with this team.
Well, the good news is they only got one more road game.
Yeah.
That's the good news as it relates to that. Everything will be neutral site after that.
And tournament's got so many different fan bases in there.
The tournament's not going to be that big a deal.
But if this team doesn't play better as a team, they're not going to get very deep. Based on last night's performance. Again, this could be the most talented team in all of college basketball, but he's not going to be able to carry this entire team with everybody. I mean, the only other guy in double figures was Mark Sears with 10.
Charles Bediako with 10 last night, 10 and 9. Sears had 8. But Alabama, not a lot of support around them last evening as Brandon Miller. Again, sometimes the star player plays so well that everyone else doesn't have to do anything. But the big question continues to be, should he be playing? Nate Oates and Greg Byrne addressed that yesterday. You'll hear what Nate said after the game in our next segment, and we'll continue to talk about this and get to Auburn's big win as well last night over Ole Miss as they erased a second-half deficit to keep their NCAA tournament hopes alive. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Simpio. If you're looking for, if you're starting a new business, maybe you already have a business, a small business, and you're sort of confused on bookkeeping, or you're not happy with the way bookkeeping going, or HR, or things like that. Maybe your health plans. It all works at Simpio. They got a great plan over there.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. They're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When your business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies and all sizes and industries 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio's got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or online for more information, Simpio.com.
We want to pass this along for UAB fans. Just a reminder, it is senior night downtown in Birmingham. Our buddy Andy Kennedy on the show yesterday. AK takes his team on the court for the home game, senior night tonight, 6:30 at Bartow Arena. So you can jump down there and support this UAB team. Andy yesterday on the show and trying to encourage a packed house down at Bartow tonight, 6:30. Show being brought to you in part by the great folks at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Remember how great it was the first time you ever tasted a Bud Light? Remember that this spring and summer with our friends at Bud Light. We're back in a second.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget tonight, we're down at Slice and Crestline, the new location here in the Birmingham area. We'll be there 5 to 7 tonight, 5 to 7. A specialty show and Ask Us Anything, 5 o'clock Central Time today on all of our platforms, video platforms. To make sure to set the alerts there. We'll tell you more about Slice coming up a little bit later on. I'll be, trying to keep this slim figure going thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness. Had a little beet salad last night. You ever had a beet salad?
Beet salad?
Yeah.
Were you being held hostage?
I am not a beet guy.
I ordered it. I was at an Italian restaurant. I went with the beet salad as the appetizer, and then I went with I think it was called chicken ratatouille, something like that. Right. It was a cream sauce with big chunks of chicken and pasta in it. It was delicious.
So you like bites of earth?
The beets?
Yeah.
Until you, if we learned anything on this show, don't diss anything until you really try it. It was prepared perfectly last night. It did not. It tastes like fruit.
Okay, I have tried beets a couple of times.
I don't think it was properly prepared. If you didn't like it, I think you would love beets.
No. Brown, do you like beets?
I can't remember the last time I've had a beet.
Yeah, well, maybe you guys just had bad beets.
Could have, yes.
Shout out to SVP.
Plenty of those.
A lot of bad beets. Our friends at Way to Wellness helping me stay slim as this body possibly can stay. Leslie and her board-certified team over there, fantastic. They want to help you out. Not a cookie-cutter plan. They designed something specifically for every different client that they have. And the best part about this, you get a free consultation, no sign-up fee, and there's no contract. So if you don't like the process, if you don't think it's working for you, you can jump out anytime. Just go to this website to learn more and schedule a visit for that free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Planforme.com. It's our friends at Way to Wellness. Again, no contracts. It's your journey to healthy living. They helped me lose 45 pounds. And they're going to help me lose a few more this summer, and I appreciate them so much. Our friends at Way to Wellness, again, that website, planforme.com.
Somebody said, beets, they taste just like fruit. What an incredibly vague statement.
It was a fruity tasting salad last night.
It is a little vague.
It is a vague statement. I was not expecting the beets to taste that good, to be honest with you.
I'm going to assume Maggie ordered for you last night.
Maggie is going to shock you. Maggie and I did not have dinner together.
No.
I was out with other people.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Beet salad.
Maggie.
But somebody else ordered the beet salad. There's no way you were like, you know what, I'm going to go with the beet salad.
No, not at all. They had Caesars. Yeah, totally wrong again. They had Caesar salad.
Are you not a Caesar salad guy?
Cannot stand
I'm not
Caesar.
the biggest Caesar salad guy.
I like Caesar salad.
Cannot stand Caesar
I'm with
salad.
Dunaway. Caesar salad, not my thing.
Cannot stand
the roommate gets Caesar salad without Caesar dressing, which makes no sense, but I like Caesar salad.
I'll be honest, the Caesar dressing is the worst part of the Caesar salad.
Well, if there's too many anchovies in it. Like, I don't like it over.
Just you saying that.
You ate dirt last night.
Yeah, better than dead fish or raw fish or fish. Is that what anchovies are?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it, Jimmy.
Got out of the mud.
But you like sushi, so
Jimmy Alabaster.
I do like sushi. Better prepared than anchovies. By the way, XFL football game tonight. It's on FX, which is not going to help their $1.9 million average television rating from this weekend. But they will get to some more games on the main networks this weekend. But tonight, it's A.J. McCarron's team, St. Louis Battlehawks, playing the Dragons. And I'm not familiar enough with the league yet to know the Dragons. I think it's Seattle.
I think you're right about that. Yep.
The Sea Dragons.
Sea Dragons.
Yeah, so the Dragons, the Sea Dragons, FX tonight, 8 o'clock. And it actually is the two best attendance teams playing each other tonight, so it should be about as good an atmosphere as you're going to get in the XFL tonight, 8 o'clock. If you want to watch A.J. McCarron go at it again, as a lot of you Alabama fans are here watching the show today. And as always, we appreciate everybody who's being here and participating over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and a lot more. We get back to last night in Columbia, South Carolina.
Nate Oates is really having to dig himself out of the initial comments that he made while the court case was wrapping up. The initial hearing was wrapping up in Tuscaloosa. He was having his weekly news conference. The two blended together, and Nate has now said he was not prepared, wasn't familiar with everything that had come out in court, and did not do a good job. He did that both first in a written statement later that day, but then yesterday was his first time to actually appear on camera. And he had this to say after Alabama's win last night at South Carolina.
Quite a game, but before we get into the game, just want to address yesterday's press conference and my response to the Brandon Miller question. I'm not here to make excuses, but I want to make it clear that I didn't have the details from the hearing that morning since I was coming straight from practice. And I used a poor choice of words, making it appear like I wasn't taking this tragic situation seriously, which we have throughout the course of it. I sincerely apologize for that. I know Greg shared some information earlier today on the situation. I don't really have anything more to add other than what he's already shared.
So that's how Nate started his news conference last night, carried live, by the way, on Sports Center last evening. They had the camera set up inside there to carry that. Usually, a lot of times it is a Zoom feed for most of the media that covers Alabama basketball. Live last night on Sports Center as they carried that from Columbia, South Carolina.
You know, I think there is a lot of remorse. I mean, people will say what they want, and, you know, if you're not an Alabama fan, I'm sure people will attack the way this thing was handled, and it wasn't handled the way it should have been handled. You know, to Nate's defense, I'm sure this is something that has never, you know, been on his plate before. The other thing, when you have, you know, representatives, representation, a lot of this is on them to get in front of this, get the facts, and prepare statements for coaches where they don't trip over their own words.
Well, there again, and this is on me, I'm gonna take the L here, I guess, but I had been under the assumption that Alabama was well aware of the entirety of the facts all along in this and the way they've handled this. And Greg Byrne and Nate Oates now made it clear that they did not. They were unaware of all the facts as it related to Brandon Miller. And, you know, I'm not saying that Brandon Miller intentionally misled them. Brandon Miller could have been told by investigators, you cannot talk about such and such. Please do not talk about such and such with anyone, including Greg Byrne and Nate Oates. But I had operated under the assumption that from that night, they knew everything. You know, Brandon Miller had sat down and said, let me tell you exactly what happened. You know, to what extent they've discussed these things with Tuscaloosa police.
Has that changed? Because I've missed that.
Well, that's what they're saying. They learn new facts. And that's what he's saying is when I said what I said.
Play that again. I think I took that as it's saying I was not aware that all of you guys have learned the facts. That's the way I took it.
Okay, well, let's play it again.
Yeah, play it again. The cut number one. I mean, and listen, it may be just me hearing it. You hear different things as you do this, but then if I would just say that if there was new facts that came out, that was not the statement I got from UA Athletics yesterday. They made it sound like we have stuck by Brandon Miller because we knew all the facts and we were comfortable in playing him all 11 games since the incident. Play it again and see if you guys hear it differently.
Quite a game, but before we get into the game, just want to address yesterday's press conference and my response to the Brandon Miller question. I'm not here to make excuses, but I want to make it clear that I didn't have the details from the hearing that morning since I was coming straight from practice. And I used a poor choice of words, making it appear like I wasn't taking this tragic situation seriously, which we have throughout the course of it. I sincerely apologize for that. I know Greg shared some information earlier today on the situation. I don't really have anything more to add other than what he's already shared.
So UA Athletics sent out a release, and Greg Byrne appeared with Reese Davis on the ESPN podcast, where the conversation was all about what has gone on and the decision that Greg Byrne and Alabama made to play him in now all 11 games since the murder. So did you hear it the same way?
Yeah.
To me, when he details what had come out in the hearing, I just took that as I didn't know you guys now knew everything that I've known. But
well, I mean, Greg Burns said the school learned, quote, new facts. Greg Burns said that himself with Reese.
Well, I mean, he just said, I didn't have all the details.
Well, then the question becomes, so they, after hearing the new facts, they decided to go on and play him again last night.
Well, they did, and that's not what I'm discussing.
I'm working this out in my head now as this becomes a different side of it for me.
Right.
So they played it 10 games.
With one set of facts.
With what they thought were the facts, and they were standing by him. Mm-hmm. So then they get new facts that comes out, and they still decided to ride with him last night.
And I'm not suggesting the facts should have changed it one way or the other. I'm just saying I had thought all along they assumed they knew and I guess they assumed they knew everything.
Yeah.
And I thought all along they did.
Like you. I thought the same thing. And I had not listened to that way. And the only parts of the Greg Byrne podcast I saw was on SportsCenter last night. I have not subscribed to that podcast yet with Reese, but there was two fascinating sound bites last night on SportsCenter available at ESPN.com if you'd like to go see that.
Was there any truth to the rumor that game day was supposed to be in Tuscaloosa on Saturday?
I've not heard that.
Because I looked at the schedule. The only other games would be Baylor at Texas or St. Mary's at Gonzaga.
I don't know. We discussed that before the show. You brought it up, and I told you I had not gotten a release like I got for Auburn. Yeah. Auburn, I got a release that they were going to Auburn.
Yeah,
I had not
been
release.
I did get a text from a business owner. Again, I don't know how legitimate it is. He said that he talked to somebody and that game day was supposed to be in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. They canceled. I don't know.
So that's the changing parameters that Nate Oates and Greg Byrne are making the decision there. But Nate continues to back things up a little bit from what was initially said in his weekly news conference. Again, an odd situation that continues to be debated at every angle from every side of those covering college basketball right now. On the other side, Auburn gets a big win last night to get to the NCAA tournament. Part of our show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice Pizza. Later today, we'll be down there. We hope you come join us 5 to 7. If not, put this on your radar, new location to go have a great lunch or dinner.
Yeah, look, I don't know exactly how long it's been since we first had the delicious taste of Slice at that original Lakeview location. My late really good friend Jeff Bajaya, the guy that created this, his brothers Jason and Chris, continue the legacy, but they've got 4 locations now. The original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. We'll be at the Crestline Park with Bud Light tonight. Come out for great specials. We'll be down there 5 to 7 tonight. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. If you've never had it before, come join us tonight. If you've had it, you know exactly how good it is. In my opinion, best pizza in Birmingham. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, so Auburn, and Bruce said it himself, must-win situation last night. Auburn is actually down 63-59 second half, and then Wendell Green and the Auburn players push, finish, and get the win. Here's Bruce after the contest last night.
Needed that one. Our best players stepped up. And that's was great to see. But we need more from our bench. You win games at the end by getting stops and getting to the foul line. That's how you win games. We talked about it. And we did a good job with that. It's hard to beat all the teams you're supposed to beat. And this team has come pretty close to that. So now let's see if we can somehow play better down the stretch and beat some of the best teams on our schedule.
3 tough games remaining for Auburn, but the fact of the matter is Wendell last night scored 13 of his 23 in the second half, 6 of 6 from the free throw line. Janai had another big game. At 63-59, you were wondering if the bubble was going to pop last night, and then they stood up and did what they had to do, and now making the NCAA tournament is a realistic goal with one big win in these next 3 games.
Yeah, I think you got to have one of those, but Janai Broome was incredible last night, especially down the stretch. 6 blocks in the second half. And a lot of that was the difference. 19, 8, and 6 for Janai. One of the best transfers in all of college basketball, and you just wonder what's going to happen on these next 3 games. If they get one, I believe they're in. They go 0-3, they're out.
Yeah, and they probably were going to need 2 if they lost that game last night, if not all 3 of them. Bruce Pearl is right. That was an absolute must-win. Had to have that one. You cannot lose a game to Ole Miss at this point in the year. Cannot do it. Worst team in the conference.
Yeah.
And one of.
Well, you start debating between Ole Miss,
LSU,
Georgia, LSU, and South Carolina.
As good as South Carolina looked at times last night still. Yeah, but if you lose that game last night, you are in a situation where you're at worst case going to need to take 2 out of 3 from Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama. Worst case, best case, or however you want to look at it, you're going to have probably
worst
2 out
or
of 3.
best case,
worst or best. I don't know which one. And there's a chance you would have needed all 3 of them if you lost that one last night. You do have some breathing room. And, hey, look, the truth is you still may need 2 of the 3. I don't know that you do. I think 1 of the 3 is probably enough for Auburn right now, Lance.
Probably. It's a soft bubble right now.
If you could pick it, you would want one of them to be Tennessee or Alabama. That's going to help you more than Kentucky.
That is true.
Nah, it's a weird sentence to say because normally that's not true.
But Kentucky on the road is a huge win.
Yeah, Kentucky on the road's a quad 1 win, and you need all those you can get right now. But the truth is, if you could get Alabama or Tennessee, that is much better for you. Tennessee, who might have slipped a little bit, but is still 3rd in the net. So that's how the NCAA views Tennessee right now.
The next round's brought to you in part by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of several tequilas in a new European oak barrel. They double filter it to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. When we come back, more on what's happening on our plate, and Justin Hokanson at the top of the hour, Bryan Passink in the final hour as we talk a little basketball today. Some football news to get to later as well. Stay with us. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Not a great basketball slate. The last two nights have been really good, but tonight, Northwestern Illinois may be your best game. 8 o'clock Big Ten Network. But you can jump in with our friends at MyBookie. Play some of the best wins are on bad games sometimes. Get a good win on a bad game, mybookie.ag. It makes a game better.
Make that a T-shirt.
Yeah, it makes a game better, right?
I mean, you would watch Northern Kentucky, Detroit Mercy if you had money on it. Right?
Yeah, probably so.
Lance, let's do our little mybookie.ag exercise. Alabama hosting Arkansas Saturday, 1 o'clock ESPN 2.
Oh, this is interesting because, again, the body language with this team outside of Brandon Miller, Arkansas with Nick Smith, the way he played the other night, I'm still going to say Alabama is an 8.5-point favorite.
8.5. Well, that's big. I thought Lance was setting us up for 2.5 and went 8.5. What about Auburn at Kentucky Saturday? 3 o'clock CBS.
Boy, Sheboy is starting to play really good basketball. I cannot wait to see Broom and Sheboy in the paint battling it out.
12 of 13 from the field last night, his 25 points.
Yeah.
Now, Castleton wasn't there.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
It was,
Castleton.
and Toppin played well, too. I will say that Kentucky is a 6.5-point favorite.
The urgency in that game changes because Auburn obviously would be a huge win for them. Kentucky has done enough. They've played themselves off the bubble. It's not a must-win for Kentucky anymore. It's a big opportunity for Auburn there to maybe steal one on the road at Rupp.
Yeah, currently,
Kentucky's still playing for seeding.
Not a quad one for Kentucky. That does change it a little bit. Obviously, a quad one for Auburn. All right, those games available, whatever the lines end up being, at mybookie.ag. Code next round. When you go there, mybookie.ag. Don't forget, when you use code next round, you get a deposit bonus up to $2,000. You heard me right. A deposit bonus up to $2,000 at mybookie.ag. NBA, NHL, UFC, weekly blackjack tournaments. All the college basketball games right there at mybookie.ag. Getting started is easy. Get that deposit bonus up to $2,000, whether you're betting to earn or just making games more exciting. $2,000 up to it. And when you use code next round at mybookie.ag, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag, code next round.
Bad basketball tonight, says Bobby. So Lunsford, will we see you at Cocaine Bear this afternoon? Lunsford's in a meeting across the hall here, but
you'll see me there tomorrow night.
You got it tomorrow night, Cocaine Bear. I think Lunsford's planning on seeing it today, Bobby.
Yeah, probably so. I'm kind of again, I've got this feeling this is going to be one of these cult classics.
So you're going in with eyes wide open, man. You're expecting
Cold classic like what?
Snakes on a Plane was kind of that. I did not like Snakes on a Plane. Army of Darkness. Like, I think it's gonna be very far-fetched. We did the story on Trash on the Table years ago, the true story of Cocaine Bear.
Oh, yeah, I remember it.
It's a true story that I think Elizabeth Banks, who directs this, has really sensationalized. It's got a good cast of bit actors that everybody will recognize. And I've got a feeling that they're going to make this thing so out of whack. I think it's going to be kind of a comedy yet horror. I've got an expectation for it.
Sounds like a pretty high one. I hope it lives up. Lunsford confirming he's got something happening this afternoon, but he will eventually get to Cocaine Bear to get there for that. Later on, we got 4 downs today. Brownie and Tyler will deliver those for us a little bit later on. Movie themes for those, if you guys would like to hang around. Chris says Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Did you ever see that one?
I never did, but yeah, I mean, people do consider that one of those guilty pleasures.
Hot Tub Time Machine, is that a cult?
It really is. And
I enjoyed that.
I know you saw it at the theater.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw it, I was in Chicago. I watched it. It was a rough night, and I was laying in bed at the hotel and watched it on pay-per-view.
They've got normal movies on pay-per-view in hotels? I'm joking.
Yeah.
Wow. Because usually hotels
they
are known for not their normal movies.
And I haven't watched a movie in a hotel room in forever, but you remember they would have movies that were just out of the theater before you could get it on pay-per-view.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Have you seen Hot Tub Time Machine?
I've never seen Hot Tub Time Machine.
It is filthy, and I forgot how filthy it was when I watched it with the boys. But
that's one of my favorite Lances is when he's like, you know what, I watched this with a bunch of teenage boys. That was way filthier.
Well, I mean,
than
there's
I
a scene where Rob Corddry, it's reliving, I think it's The Drive with John Elway. And that squirrel gets in the way. He's betting he's winning a ton of money, and so it's one final play, and he knows what's going to happen. But this squirrel gets in the way of it, and he bets William Zabka something really, really bad. So him and Craig Robinson have to go to the bathroom, and it's
pretty filthy.
Oh, my God. I was just like, I can't believe I'm watching this right now. But anyway, yeah, it is cult classic.
Or you can't believe you're watching it.
With my kids.
With your kids in the room there. Hey, don't forget the Squadron at home tonight. Oklahoma City Blues in town. That's the Thunder NBA affiliate team, and it's Art and the Ham night down there. You'll get some local violinists playing the national anthem. The Alabama Ballet, which is worth the price of admission anyway, tonight just to see them perform at halftime, and their caricature artists all on the concourse tonight. The tip, as always, goes at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, Legacy Arena for the G League action tonight. We look forward to being a part of the Squadron the second half of the season here. You can get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Ticketmaster.com, or call them up, 205-719-0850, 719-0850 for the Squadron tonight, Legacy Arena, Ticketmaster.com right there. And our friends there with the Birmingham Squadron in action tonight, 7 o'clock at the Legacy Arena. All right, yesterday, Georgia got word, finally, that they've been invited to the White House. This will be the first White House visit by a college football national champion since LSU went right before the pandemic. They were able to sneak one in before the pandemic. So Alabama and Georgia, the last two national champions before this Georgia team, have not made it to the White House. So this is the invitation. The Georgia delegation in Washington was wondering if the invite was going to come, and it finally came yesterday.
Yeah, why would it not come last year? We were out of the pandemic.
I don't know if they opened it up back to doing that. The president is at a certain age. I don't know if it had gotten far enough out to where they were comfortable having 100 and something people coming in there. I don't know why.
But they have been openly campaigning, the Georgia players.
They had.
On social media for this, which it's just one of those things that, I don't know, it felt like it used to be a bigger deal. I don't know why.
Well, I think it's kind of like it was a big deal when the president used to call the winning locker room in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I just think there's so much going on now.
But I know it's a big deal if I'm on that team. If I'm a Georgia player, the opportunity to go to the White House. Not everybody gets to go in the Oval Office when you're on that trip, I don't think. But
I mean, I really, if I could just go and, politics aside, I just want to see the White House and the inside of it. I really don't care about shaking hands with Joe Biden. I just want to.
But the iconic picture being in the Rose Garden, regardless of who's the president, just being there is one that you can put in the old scrapbook or on your IG feed or whatever you're doing anytime. I just thought it was. It's always a neat thing to see the champions from all the sports roll through there. The women's sports, the She Believes women's national champions or world champions.
Were you aware
last
of that?
Night. What?
The She Believes tournament?
Yeah, it's been going on for a few years. It's actually a pretty big international event for the women.
So
we heard about it last night.
We heard about it last night.
I never heard of it.
I had no idea this existed. So what is this?
It's just a women's international field. It's called She Believes as the title of the event.
So it's similar to the World Cup, but
it's not a World Cup.
I know that, but it's similar.
It would be more of like. It would be more of like what was the PGA event this past week?
Like the Genesis Open.
That's a bad example. Okay. It's a group of really good teams, the best, some of the best in the world. They just play a tournament. I'm trying to think of a.
But the U.S. won it, right?
Yeah, they usually do. I think Japan is pretty good. That plays in it.
Yeah.
But they played it again, and Alex Morgan scored a big goal for them.
I'd never heard of it.
Is it on TV?
Yeah, it is on some of the Fox channels, and I forget who else has it on. It's on every year.
Good for them. I'd never heard of it.
I don't know how long it's been going on, but it's at least 3 years, maybe more than that.
All right.
It's been going on a while, and the Americans won it again last night. I think it was actually played up in Nashville this year. Usually it's out west.
Oh.
But I think for some reason it was played in the Nashville area. I'm not sure about that.
I think the Sports Pro had it on last night.
TNT last night, says Jay Perry.
Oh, Sports Pro. That was the jam. We're like, we got something for every TV. We turned it on.
Started in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
Thank
you
you guys for
those that with the information there on a topic I didn't know I'd be bringing up.
Nor did I. Yeah, I didn't even know it existed till last night, Joe.
One other thing before we get to the top of the hour, Justin Hokanson, and then we'll get into the Clay Travis thing after Justin Hokanson. The Pac-12 made an announcement 2 days ago that we couldn't get to yesterday because the show was packed with other stuff. But they have sort of leaked out. It has leaked out that they are considering an all-streaming platform for their media rights moving forward with Apple Plus. Now, I don't know how you guys feel. This feels like the Pac-12 intentionally leaked this out to see how everyone would react.
Right.
And the reaction has not been very good because the concern would be from a coaching standpoint, that's fine if we're getting all this money from Apple, but who is watching us? What will the numbers be? And does that impact my recruiting? That would be my first question if I was a Pac-12 football coach. Do you think they end up going? They'd be the first, I think the MLS has done this, but I'm not sure. It seems like I still see some MLS on ESPN. They would be, I think, the first league to sign a streaming-only contract.
Well, I mean, I guess the NFL's done it.
Not streaming only, though.
They're not streaming only.
Yeah, the single game is, but not the whole league. Yeah. You know, I think here's part of the problem is I think a lot of people are like, pay-per-view football. I've never had to pay to see my college football when, in fact, everything you watch in college football is pay-per-view just about.
Yeah, because, by the way, your cable bill, your satellite bill, all is high because of what they have to pay ESPN.
But I think a lot of people look at this as pay-per-view college football, and it's not. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not any different than being on ESPN or Fox. FS1, that's pay-per-view. Or Pac-12 Network, that's pay-per-view. I mean, it's all the same thing. It's just how many people are Apple Plus subscribers. I think that's it. Is like a lot of people are ESPN subscribers. So if they're on ESPN, well, I've already got that. But now Apple Plus is going to be one more thing I'm going to have to go get.
Yeah, but to me, it's more exciting because I was always having to find a way to navigate to actually get these Pac-12 games on. And now at least you know what you've got in front of you.
Yeah, at least I don't have to try to convince people to carry the Pac-12 network that I can't convince. Anybody can get Apple Plus.
Yeah, nobody watched the Pac-12 network, at least in our area. It was very rare that you had it or you had to work hard.
Mm-hmm.
The flip side of that was they did have their bigger games still on Fox or ABC or ESPN, and that wouldn't be the case anymore. It would be exclusively on Apple, and that is a problem.
Yeah, I don't like that.
If you're in the business of recruiting, you're wanting people to see your product.
It might not help recruiting, but I'm assuming they'll get more money out of Apple. I mean, obviously they will. If they say yes to this, then they could out of Fox and ESPN.
Yeah, it could be the money that saves the league. But in the long run, it could end up killing the league because of the quality of talent that ends up going to a Pac-12 school.
It's a big gamble.
Yeah.
There's no doubt it's a big gamble. I mean, I applaud the forward thinking of it. My issue with recruits is I don't know how big Apple Plus is in the young generation, right?
Right.
I mean, is Apple Plus, I don't know. I got an 18-year-old. I guess I could ask her. I don't think she watches much Apple Plus.
It's where I watch Ted Lasso,
the morning show.
The morning show.
You guys would love Shrinking. It's one of the best shows.
You told me that.
There.
I need to go see that.
Severance is really good. I mean, Apple Plus has got some good shows.
You guys are over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room talking about maybe a merger of the Pac-12, Big 12 down the road someday.
I think that's what you'll get.
You may get the best parts of the Pac-12 going to the Big 12 at some point. All right, Justin Hokanson on Auburn basketball and little Auburn football with Hoke when we come back. He's on with us all the time. We'll see what Hoke has to say today. Then we'll jump into what you guys want to talk about when it comes to Clay Travis and some of his comments last evening. And Bryan Passink, fresh off the trip to Columbia, joins us in the final hour on what he saw from Brandon Miller in Alabama last night in basketball. That's 1 hour down right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap getting you ready for this time of year when you need to make sure your gutters are clean before all these spring rains come rolling through.
Yeah, look, the last thing you want to do on a weekend after working hard all week is get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep all debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Write this number down. 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round as we start hour number 2. Bryan Passink coming up a little bit later on. Hokanson here with us in just a second as things got tense for a moment last night at Neville Arena at 63-59, and then Auburn kept their NCAA tournament hopes alive and actually got into a lot better position by holding off an Ole Miss team. Alabama wins last night with Brandon Miller playing at South Carolina, and it's senior night for UAB down at Bartow, 6:30 tonight. Those are your headlines as we move into another hour, brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Yeah, don't forget, with deer season ramping up, you can get a head start on the next deer season. 50% off deer hunting accessories. All of them right there at Nichols Outfitters. Deer calls, scents, attractants now through the end of this month, so you got a few more days to get in there. 50% off deer hunting accessories through the end of this month at Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors. Justin Hokanson on 3 Sports with us at _ Jay Hokanson on Twitter. It's where you find Hoke. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Hoke? How are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. There was a time in the second half there where it is not an overstatement to say Auburn's NCAA tournament hopes were in danger. And if you're Bruce Pearl, you got to like the way at least your team responded to that understanding. I'm pretty sure everybody in the arena realized that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they had a 10-point lead probably 5 minutes into the second half, and were playing really well. And then as they can do sometimes, they just lost their focus and had a bad stretch of basketball, missed some shots, couple turnovers, couple fouls. Ole Miss played pretty well, and it turned into a 3-4 point deficit in a matter of minutes. And you could feel inside the arena a little bit of anxiousness, and you could see it from Bruce, honestly, when Auburn even kind of bounced back, and Auburn came back and took the lead with maybe about a point or two with a couple minutes left as they were surging. You could see Bruce imploring his team to. I mean, he was in a defensive stance at one point, like play defense. I mean, you could tell he felt like, he felt the moment of, you guys, you've got to lock in right here. We got to win this game. So they had a good last 6 minutes and win that game that they just couldn't lose. And so they take care of business, and now you got 3 quad one opportunities in your last 3 games.
Man, did anybody realize how good Janai Broome was going to be, Hoke? I mean, coming in from Morehead State, the way he played in the second half defensively, I mean, this guy, as far as transfer guys, he's got to be one of the best in the country.
Yeah, that might be that might be the more surprising part. I think that offensively, I think that the staff and knew what they were getting with Janai. I mean, he's a skilled player. He's got a soft touch. I think they knew offensively they were getting a guy that can contribute down low. I think maybe what surprised some people is the defense and the block shots. I mean, he's top 10 in the country in block shots as an individual. Now, he did that last year, but the SEC is a little different, and he's maintained that pace. He's doing exactly what he did in the OVC and the SEC on defense, and so I think that's been the nice thing to carry over. But yeah, he's just a crafty player. He doesn't have a ton of elevation. He's not going up and over you, but he just finds his ways to get his shots. He rebounds. And the last 5 or 6 minutes, he was incredible. I think the last 6 minutes, he had 4 points, 5 boards, 3 blocks in the last 5 or 6 minutes alone in that game. So he's been huge. He's been huge to try to fill in the gap from Walker last year. Without Janai, this team would be in a much different place.
Justin Hokanson's with us. I'm interested on how you feel. Obviously, that was a must-win last night because of Ole Miss's season. But now 3 tournament teams ahead in the regular season. Do you feel like they can go 0-3 and feel okay on Selection Sunday? If they go 1-2, do you think that's enough? I feel like just one win in these 3, and they're comfortable on Selection Sunday. How do you feel?
Yeah, I agree. I think if they get 1, they're fine. I think if they get 1, then they don't have anything to worry about come Selection Sunday, regardless of what happens in Nashville for the SEC tournament. If they get 1 of these next 3, they'll finish the season 3-9 in quad one games, which while not great, quad one games are supposed to be hard. There's very few teams that have winning quad one records. I mean, that's kind of the point of it. But if they get 1 based on where they are now, they'll be fine. If they go 0-3, yes, they're all quad one games, and yes, their net rating's not going to move all that much. They could lose all 3, and I think they're 33rd in the net. They might drop 3 spots, like total. I mean, because of the strength of those opponents. But you don't want to be going into Nashville 2-8 in your last 10, 2-10 in quad one games, and really where they're going, who have they beaten? You don't want to put yourself in that position, and then maybe you lose the first round in Nashville, and I think you put yourself on the block. Most teams, if you go back and look at some of the analytics, most teams with Auburn's resume have gotten in the tournament in the last decade or so. There's maybe an instance or 2 of a team not, but majority of them have, so they're fine for now. But yeah, you got to win 1, and you're fine. I think the Tennessee game at the end of the year is their best chance. I actually think Auburn will win that game. Rupp's tough. Kentucky's playing really well. Alabama, we know how good they are in Tuscaloosa. Those are awfully tough games. I think Auburn will play well at Rupp. I think it'll be a close game. But I think Tennessee's your best bet. Offensively, they're a team that's not great. So you can hang in that game no matter how good Tennessee's defense is. You're going to hang in there. But yeah, win 1 and you're fine on Selection Sunday.
Justin Hokanson is with us. Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports, @_Jay Hokanson. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. the Tennessee game, you would have to feel a certain level of confidence if you're Auburn. You played them to the horn in their place, a physical game, a lot of controversy about the Wendell Green, foul, no foul at the end. Auburn didn't shoot particularly well. A lot of teams don't against Tennessee. But getting them in Neville Arena, I would think if you're Auburn and you just look at these last three, you got to have a certain level of confidence about Tennessee just based on the way you played them in Thompson Bowling.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and it'll be another slugfest. I mean, because both teams play really good defense. But Auburn's, we all know Auburn's a different team offensively in Neville Arena. There's just more juice. And so I think that and look, if you come down to the last game and you lose the next two, think about the urgency that'll probably be on Auburn's bench and in that locker room to take care of that game. And there's a little history too. If you think back to the Final Four team, if you think back to what year was it? Was it Samir? Okay, Samir and Isaac Okoro's team, the COVID year. They beat Tennessee in the regular season finale on the road, and in the Final Four team, yes, beat Tennessee in the regular season finale in Neville to block Tennessee's opportunity to win the championship. So Auburn's gotten them in the last regular season game twice in the last handful of years, and it could set up to do that again. But I think that's their best opportunity is to go in there, come home, last game of the season. Little bit of urgency and take care of business. At that point, Tennessee's in. They're probably not playing for the SEC championship, so you'd think Auburn has a lot more to play for in that game.
Hey, Hoke, shifting to football, Hugh Freeze, when you look at quarterbacks, Robbie Ashford seems like, I'm one of those guys. I said it even in season with Bryan Harsin. I think there's a lot of upside for Ashford. He seems like a Hugh Freeze quarterback. With that said, do you still think Hugh Freeze is looking in the portal to bring in another guy?
Yes, I do. I just think it depends on who and how it happens. I don't think they're looking to bring in just anybody. I don't think they just want another body from the portal. I think they want the right guy. We had this discussion on our show the other day, and I think you're going to be able to tell a lot if they do bring in somebody, which I think they're still trying to do. I think that'll tell you maybe what they thought about spring ball, what they thought about Robbie Ashford in terms of if they go bring in, let's say that there's some talented young transfer portal he's got 3 years left, and he's no surefire starter necessarily, but he's got potential versus a guy you bring in, he's got 1 year and you're bringing him in to start. I think depending on who they bring in, that could say something about how spring went. But I do think that they're looking to bring a quarterback in. But based on, kind of how they did it, how they went about things in the first portal window, what Hugh Freeze said about how he evaluates quarterbacks, they're particular. I mean, he's going to be particular about it. And so I wouldn't look to I don't think it's going to be a situation of, all right, what's the best able body we can bring in here? I don't think that's what it'll be. I think it'll be, can we bring somebody in? Is he legitimately, can he start next fall? Otherwise, let's not just bring in a body. So it'll be interesting to see who they bring in and how that develops. But I do think they are very much still looking to bring in an experienced portal quarterback. Yeah.
You had an interesting story yesterday on Ron Roberts, and I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about him. But you call him one of the more intriguing defensive coordinators in the SEC. What do you think Hugh Freeze likes about him, and what have you liked about him in getting to know more about him?
Well, he's an interesting story. I mean, 31-year coaching vet who's led some really good defenses at Louisiana Lafayette. And then, of course, at Baylor, they were fantastic the year they won the Sugar Bowl. You look at his coaching tree. I knew that he hired Dave Aranda back in the day. I did not know that he turned around and after Aranda left, hired Pete Golding and helped get Pete Golding his start. And then Golding followed him. So he's got a couple of guys in his coaching tree that's pretty impressive. And so he's just kind of a journeyman. Then and he gets fired from Baylor. They struggled last year, and now he ends up at Auburn, and probably his most high profile job in 30 years of coaching. And it'll just be interesting to see how his defense and how his aggressive style of creating havoc marries with what they want to do offensively. I just think it'll be a really interesting. It kind of reminds me of Ted Roof back in the day. Just kind of not necessarily a flashy hire. But Ted Roof got the job done for a couple of years. We'll see how Ron Roberts does. But I think his style of defense is probably a good match to what Auburn wants to do offensively, and probably what you have to do, unless you've got the talent, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, unless you've absolutely got the talent. And even then, we've seen it's really hard to play defense. I think you've got to take chances and create some havoc opportunities, and that's what Ron Roberts does. So I think what he does and where Auburn is as a defense is a good fit right now.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson. You can go follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson. On 3 Sports, Auburn Live. You can see all of that right there as Auburn makes that push to the NCAA tournament and starts spring football, the most exciting time of year. Hoke, thank you very much for the time, man. Have a great week.
Thanks. See ya.
All right, buddy. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
By the way, Auburn out on the 27th here, so it's down to spring football time. Starting here down at Auburn, and the rest of the SEC schools will follow there in March. For some players, they'll skip spring because of injuries, many trying to get back into the game. If you're trying to get back into the game, one of our sponsors, our great friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Precision is one of those great places you need to swing by if you're ever hurt doing your weekend warrior things.
Yeah, hey, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations. You injured the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All right, more on Alabama and Auburn last night in basketball, specifically Alabama and the Brandon Miller situation that all of you guys are at least voicing opinions about. We'll get to that coming up. Congratulations to Patrick Murphy of Alabama softball, who got his 1,200th career win last night. Only the 9th head coach to do that with all Division I wins at that level. So a big win last night for Patrick Murphy. They beat Samford 3-2, number 7 in the country. Auburn beat UAB in softball last evening. We've got to decide a bracket challenge coming up down the road. I think a long time ago we took getting a tattoo off the board, right?
Yeah.
We took that off the board.
I don't think that's in play.
I've got a new one, though, that I thought about.
Well,
okay, but let's do the tattoo thing first real quick. Jerry Kills, the head coach at New Mexico State.
Oh, seriously?
And he had a great year, and he sort of told his guys he'd remember them from forever, and he got this tattoo over the weekend. Man of his word, and we got a tight shot coming up here. Jerry Kill. Look at that tattoo.
That is awful.
That is not a small one. A couple of pistols cross. For the Aggies there, I think their mascot's the Cowboys, is a cowboy.
It's the Aggies, right?
Yeah, the Aggies, but I think their actual walking around mascot's a cowboy. It looks a lot like the Oklahoma State one. I'm not saying they stole it. Maybe they had it first. But that's Jerry, and that's the tattoo he got. So that's off the table, you're telling me.
I mean, that is awful. Like, I can't imagine the millions of dollars you would have to pay me to put that tattoo on my arm.
There is a price, though.
There's a price.
That million had an S on the end of it.
Yeah, there's a price. He could double up for Bruce Arians' brother.
Yeah, there is some Bruce Arians in him. Yeah, I would agree.
One of our listeners got a little bit of our listener Ush in him as well.
The white beard.
That's Ush in 20 years.
The white beard with the beet red face. Yeah, that's a little bit of Bruce Arians in that.
Yeah. So you had another one, right?
Well, I was just thinking of this. I mean, it might be a little too expensive, but this Sky Cave retreats that Aaron Rodgers left yesterday, somebody had to do 2 hours or 2 days in the darkness retreat. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
Now, where is that?
It is Southern Oregon. Very vague.
That is quite vague. I'll Google it.
I could do a darkness retreat. Now, it's not total darkness, though, right?
It's a structure devoid of light with a queen bed, a bathroom, meditation-like mat. It's fully powered. The lights can be turned on from inside the room. That wouldn't really work. Yeah. I'd have the lights on the whole time.
Yeah, I mean,
I appreciate you admitting you cheat.
How are we going to trust anyone at that point?
I really would.
Yep.
Well, I thought we decided a while back that after a certain point, it actually starts damaging your eyes or something to be completely dark.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're like legitimately in the darkness.
See, this is enough for me. That's all I need, right?
Yeah,
here.
Sometimes, like after the show, as Scott has turned her lights off, if you can't see us. Sometimes after the show, all these monitors are off too. So those monitors are giving us some light, and the ones in front of us as well. Those will be off, and it'll be completely dark in here except for me and my computer. And I'll come in here and get a little work done. It's kind of nice. I like it. See. Yeah, all I got's the computer in front of me. Nice, and just that ambient light right there. It's very relaxing.
Do you always watch movies in the dark?
I do.
sometimes. Usually I've got a little light on somewhere in the house that's giving a little light into the room.
If I'm in the cave, it's in the dark, but if I'm upstairs, I typically have some light.
So I'm with Lance in the cave, almost completely dark. I've got just a little bit of light on the sliders, but
not for football, though. I have light on in the cave.
Oh, no, see, I'm dark for football. I keep it dark for football and volume way, way up. Like, I like to feel like I'm at the game. I mean, volume, crank to 11, rip the knob off.
Yeah. Let's get some light back on this thing here.
I fear that. Okay, I was fearful Scott had broken it.
And our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios here. When we come back, everything else that everyone is saying in the chat room, we'll jump into that conversation. Chat room is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do you have breaking news? You had that face like you got breaking news.
No, I have no breaking news whatsoever. Okay. I was going to say, though, if you'll go to @NextRoundLive, Taylor Korn, our social media director, is collecting some March Madness bracket punishment ideas. And if you'll just go to @NextRoundLive on Twitter, you'll see how you can submit those. I have seen none of them. So Taylor is collecting all of those and will present them to us. And at some point, we'll have a vote.
And at some point, in fact, tomorrow, we'll be up at Johnson RV Center in Coleman, Alabama, kicking off a big weekend with our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, JohnstonRVCenter.com is the place to go for that RV show. Now, they had their one in Decatur. It killed it. So they're doing it in Coleman this weekend. That was already planned, but they are so fired up about Coleman after Decatur on I-65 exit 334 did so well. So I-65 exit 304 in Coleman is the place to go. Starts at 8:30 on Friday, goes all the way till 6 o'clock, 8:30 to 5 Saturday, 1 to 5 Sunday. We'll be there Friday afternoon. So you can come by and see us about 3:30 Friday afternoon, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Bryan Passink joins us in the final hour of the show coming up here. Last night, Auburn wins, Alabama wins, senior night tonight. Big basketball happening last night as well as Kentucky beat Florida. LSU Vandy had sort of snuck its way into a bubble conversation. LSU ended that discussion last night. And because of everything going on with Alabama basketball, you had a lot of people talking about Houston's win over Tulane last night. And I saw this at 1,000 places. Houston looking like the number one team in the country. Houston looks like the best team in the country, and they handled a fairly good Tulane team last night. And congratulations to Samford. They wrapped up part of the Southern Conference, the SoCon regular season championship, cut number 9, if you will, Tyler. Bucky McMillan last night on Samford in what is a tough basketball league. Samford getting, and if you're watching us from around the country, Samford is here in the Birmingham area in the Southern Conference and doesn't give them the automatic bid or anything to the NCAA tournament, but it puts them in a good place going into the conference tournament. They got a win coming up on championship week. Here's Bucky after the regular season championship last night.
It's hard to be champions at anything, but you've got to have, I always tell our players 2 things, man. Champions win championships, right? And champions act like champions before they're ever champions. Right, and so, a lot of this nucleus of this team were guys from last year. They went through the wars. They took a chance coming to Samford. They took a chance allowing me to coach them, right? And I think these players right here, we're not near done yet, but these players that helped build this thing right here are going to be remembered for a long time at Samford. And they're going to be remembered for a long time for getting this program where it's going to be a consistent thing. We're going to be playing for SoCon championships.
That's a championship coach last night as Samford gets that win.
Yeah, we love Bucky here. He's done a great job.
Yeah, big game on Saturday, though, against Furman. It's for, the number 1 seed and for the conference championship.
Yeah, that does make it a little bit easier, but they are SoCon champions, at least a share of it, regardless of what happens this weekend.
Bobby with a good bracket punishment suggestion.
Bobby from Homewood?
Uh-huh.
Ooh, that scares me.
Well, he says second place. I don't know what he had for the loser, but this is a loser to me. The loser has to sit with the Vandy Whistler for every Vandy game at the SEC tournament.
Ooh. Which does more damage, the darkness retreat to my eyes or the Vandy Whistler to my ears?
I'd rather go a couple of days without eating. First of all, I don't want to sit through one Vandy game. Just without the whistle.
Just college baseball is bad enough for you?
As I always say, don't lose then.
Our friends at Hemphill bring you LT's Lock every day at The Lance Taylor, at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. Lance's Lock goes out once a day, and it's a winner more times than it's not. That's a free one for you right there. And Hemphill wants to help you with some great services when it comes to your heating, your cooling, and your plumbing.
Yeah, again, great week last week. We had a shaky 4 days during the All-Star break, but we bounced back with a 5-2 last night. We've got some winners up for you tonight. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right, a lot of you in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room have been throwing the name Clay Travis up there a lot because Clay continues to be one of those people covering the story on a national scale, and he does make a weekly appearance here on our show. I will start off with my thoughts on this, and we'll do this just live on the air, and you tell me what you think about this. For me personally, I don't always agree with Clay, whether it's on politics or a lot of things. And some things I agree with Clay on. And I've known Clay for, I guess, 13 years now. The thing I approach life in when it comes to what we do here is I like having people with differing opinions on the show. I like having people on the show that I don't always agree with. We could act like we're some, small little show and only have people on that's going to cheer for our local teams and say positive things and agree with us on 100%. I've never wanted to do that kind of show. So I've never been scared, though our political sides don't line up all the time. Beliefs on a bunch of things don't line up all the time. I've never one time been fearful of having Clay Travis on this show. So for those of you that want us to cancel Clay which I think is ironic coming from a lot of you who complain about cancel culture, to come on here and say you want to cancel Clay. That's great. I love your opinion. But I would vote, I like Clay Travis on the show, just so I make him, if I disagree with him, I want to be able to say, Clay, I disagree with you on this, and then argue with him about that. That's how I feel about what everybody's talking about over in the chat room.
Well, I think well said. And look, I've known Clay since 2006. First time he came on the show, he talked about exhuming Bear Bryant's body from Elmwood Cemetery, and that shook a lot of people up. I mean, Clay is Clay. And Clay's made millions of dollars off this. I know Clay the person. Does he believe everything he writes and says? I doubt it. And I agree with you. We're in a cancel culture right now, and I think it's ridiculous that people are yelling at us to drop Clay from this show. First of all, in my opinion, it ain't going to happen.
But on the flip side of that, what he was tweeting last night, I felt was misinformation.
You'll see, I didn't even see it. I haven't even looked at it, and that's why I reached out to Clay a little bit earlier. He agreed to come on the show. He had a Fox News hit at 10:35, and then he's obviously got his show right after. I said, can we do something with you after your show today? He's flying straight to New York. He's going to be with Fox all day tomorrow. He said, I would love to. He said he could come on 10 minutes ago and give us 10, 15 minutes to talk this out. We were unable to schedule that, so he was willing to come on. But I didn't see his comments. I'm not on social media a ton. I know it's upset a lot of people, but again, Clay's been a friend for a long time. I know there's a lot of people over there listening to us, watching us that hate Clay. But he's got a job to do, whether you like it or not. And whether you agree with his opinion, he's got an opinion.
And here is what Clay tweeted last night that really is bothering a lot of you and bothered me for some of the stuff he said last night. But he's not the only one that is questioning whether or not Brandon Miller should be playing at Alabama. That is a discussion that's happening on 1,000 different platforms from other people who come on this show all the time. And it's, I'm not scared of the discussion on whether or not Brandon Miller should be playing or not. I think that is open for discussion. That obviously is something that Greg Byrne and Nate Oates and the president of the University of Alabama and the lawyers at Alabama, that they've spent great deal of time discussing. And they didn't go into those decisions lightly. So it is a debatable thing, and there are going to be people that disagree with how I believe, and I like having the opportunity to talk to those people.
I don't believe what Clay says there, though, that Clay is insinuating that this has nothing to do with his Tennessee fandom, and I think he's being disingenuous in that. Clay's going after Brandon Miller in Alabama.
I don't think
he's an Alabama player.
I think if this was South Carolina,
nope.
Oh yeah,
no, there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way Clay would be. South Carolina more so because of the SEC. If this is the University of Washington, Clay wouldn't be going in this hard. You know good and well he wouldn't.
Well, maybe not because it's not the SEC, but I think if this was Georgia, I think if this was Ole Miss, I think if this was Auburn.
So there's some fan related to it. It's because he's a Tennessee fan.
I think if it was Tennessee, I think he would go after Tennessee.
I don't think he would as hard. He said he would. I doubt that with Clay. He said he would, but I doubt that with him. But now let me say this, and I do think that's disingenuous of Clay a little bit. But I also realize the other side of that is Alabama fans are going in hard for Brandon Miller because he's an Alabama player.
Oh, absolutely.
And so,
absolutely.
This cuts both ways. If Brandon Miller played for Auburn, a lot of the same Alabama fans that are defending him and are pissed about him would want him in jail. I get that.
Yeah, if this was an Ole Miss player, I don't think anybody would be saying anything at all.
Exactly. That's the way fandom works.
The Landmine Believer says it's 100% because he's a Vols fan. It's not. It's 100% because this is what Clay has done on every subject all the way back to the day, the Cam Newton situation, where a lot of you fans who were saying you don't want Clay on the show back then were like, oh, I love Clay Travis. 100% Auburn's going to have to give this national championship trophy back within 3 years. Something Clay was, tweeting. Well, I guess it was tweeting back then. Was saying all the time. Just because now you don't like what he's saying about your team, but you're okay when he's saying about the other team. That's why I've never felt like any guests. It's fine if they come on, they don't come on, but I like having people I disagree with on the show so we can talk about it.
Yeah,
and I look forward to next Tuesday and asking Clay about what he said last night.
Craig says he's going in hard for Miller because the facts back that up. That's fine. My point is you're far more in tune to the facts because you're an Alabama fan. Like if Brandon Miller played for Texas, you probably skim the headlines and do what a lot of people in the country are doing. You say, oh, he went and got a gun and brought it for somebody to kill somebody with, right? He's an Alabama fan. He's an Alabama player. So as an Alabama fan, you take more time to look into it.
You know every detail.
That's the way fandom works. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, just understand it's the way fandom works. And the other side of that is true, too. There are a lot of people in this chat room that are not fans of Alabama. They're doing what Clay's doing. And Clay is because he's a Tennessee fan, he's going to go in harder at Alabama. I get that.
And look, and the only thing I saw over there, again, I'm not looking at Twitter every night. But, hey, can you re-show it, Forrester? Because I want to be exact. Killer instinct shown by Brandon Miller tonight.
That's personal.
Yeah, for the insensitivity to the family, that's the only one I necessarily have a problem with. The other ones are a little wordy. But I will tell you this. So even if Clay realizes he's in the wrong, he's not going to back down.
No, he does not back down. But, no, I would say the killer instinct shown by Brandon Miller is over the line.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And calling him an accessory to murder, I mean, he's not been charged with that. And that is something Clay believes in the judicial system. You know, if you're not charged with something, we're in a country where you're innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, that's where he contradicts himself.
That's where I think Clay's contradicted himself here.
Pro-police. But in this case, he's saying the police is wrong. So, when he's on next Tuesday, then, I'll ask him, which one is it? Is it always back to police? Or in this case, you're saying, why are you saying this? Why are you flipping scripts here? I personally have always believed it's because, it draws great attention to what he's doing. A lot of people, and we've always tried to be upfront with you guys that we don't play back in the day radio or television. We don't say things we don't believe here just to create content. It's just, some people make a living out of saying things that create controversy.
Yeah, look, Clay's not the first.
He's been one of the best at doing it.
Yeah, Howard Stern's been doing this for decades and decades. Feinbaum's been doing this for decades and decades.
But all those people have crossed the line at some point, and Clay may have done that last time.
No, I think he did. I don't think there's a may have. I think he did. And listen, when Clay's on Tuesday, I'm going to say these same things. Don't think I'm going to say it now and not say it Tuesday. I'll bring these up to Clay, and he'll argue with me, and that'll be fine.
And I just hate the fact that we were unable to get him today. And this is not like Clay is running for this because, I could show you the text. He was more than willing. Sure, I've got time. I'll come on and I'll talk about whatever. So he was willing to do it. He's just being stretched a million different ways right now.
And his show starts at 11, which,
Yeah, and again, you can turn on Fox News right now. He's live on Fox News right now. We don't have a lot of controversial, consistent guests, but we all know Clay off the air. And, Clay probably wouldn't admit this, but Clay's a different person when we're sitting around having dinner.
Well, that's fine and dandy. The people who watch our show don't get to sit around and have dinner with them, so they only know Clay, the public figure. So that's what they're talking about. Do we talk politics with Clay usually on the show? We don't, because that's the stuff I disagree with him the most. So I don't bring up politics with him because I don't want to hear what he has to say about politics. Other people do. He makes a great living, more than I ever will make in my life, for his political views. But I don't go to him for my political views. That's just my personal choice. You guys all have personal choices too. And we love every one of your opinions. Susan, Clay Travis is an ass and always has been, not the same as a different opinion. And there's 1,000 of those I could read today. Well, and those are fair statements because that's what he is to Susan. And you can't say that's incorrect because that's how Susan feels.
Well, Bob over there, Bobby says, LT doesn't want to give up that celebrity cred with Clay. I had Clay on when Clay was writing for...
He was just out of the Virgin Islands, right?
Yeah, I don't even know who he was.
It's like Fan Cider or something?
CBS Sportsline, I think, was the first.
Yeah, there was... Yeah.
He was around... I've known Clay forever. This has nothing to do with that. Zero to do with that. I really don't. I see Clay maybe twice a year now.
Yeah. I would say... And the Clay is part of this, but he's not alone in this. So this is not just a criticism of Clay. This is criticism of a lot of people. And I'm going to be genuine about this, and I was earlier. Jamia Harris is a tragic loss. I have not spent a ton of time thinking about her and her family. That is a discredit to me. I should be ashamed for that.
I said the same thing yesterday and got killed for it. Yes.
Well, I don't know why somebody would kill you for that, but I have not spent a lot of time thinking about her, and that's shame on me. It should bother me more. But I am put off by a lot of people nationally who didn't mention this when she was killed a month ago.
100%.
But now
including Clay.
And Clay is, I said Clay's part of this, but he's not alone. But now that you've got a target you can attack with Alabama, now this poor girl that was killed, you didn't care a month ago when she was killed, so don't start caring now. Yep. If you knew about it a month ago and didn't care, it's awful disingenuous to get on board with that. And now you can bash Alabama all you want. Alabama's a big institution. They've been bashed before. They'll be bashed again. But I do find it a little disingenuous when you have not mentioned anything about this young lady and her son before, and now you're all about how tragic and awful it is. She was murdered a month ago.
100%. Back in January. She was mid-January, over a month ago. And
now, if you're new to the story and this is the first time you've heard of it, that's one thing. But if you've known about that,
the reason people are upset is about the eligibility of a basketball player.
Yeah. So don't.
And that is this. And I've said it now for 2 days. That is a sad statement on us as a society, that people are more upset and debating about the eligibility of a basketball player and not about the violence in our country that cost a 23-year-old mom her life.
And the unfortunate thing is this just happens way too much. Like if you, and I haven't looked today, but if you pull up AL.com, I guarantee you somebody got shot around here last night.
31, I think, is the number right now since January 1st, 5 in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, and again, I want to be clear what I'm saying. Like, there are some people that were completely unaware of this story until this, and look, I get that, but if you've known about this story all along, and just because you want to try to tear down Brenda Miller in Alabama, don't devalue her life more by dragging her into it, just to make your cheap sports points, okay? That's all I'm saying. You should remember her. We should grieve her loss, but you're devaluing her life even more by dragging her in just so you can make your cheap sports points. Make your cheap sports points without that. You can do that.
Over in the chat room, somebody asked, how much does Clay get paid to come on with you guys weekly? He does not get paid.
Zero.
No, never has. He's never collected a dime.
And again, this is more of a loyalty from Clay. Clay's been with us from day one. He knows that, and he obviously does not need us anymore. He sold his website for millions and millions of dollars to Fox, almost 2 years ago. He does it. And I don't know how many other, random regular shows he does. I would be surprised if there's more than one other one outside of
his daily show. And the thing I'll say is every single segment of our audience has been offended by him at some point.
Exactly.
This is nothing new to us that people are like, y'all got to get Clay off. I mean, it has happened to every fan base, every political party. Everybody has been offended by Clay at some point. And I've been asked a lot, why do you keep having him on? I've been told a lot, we love that you have him on. He's the most polarizing thing about our show, probably, to be honest with you. I'm with Dunaway. I like his different opinions on things. I am a friend of Clay's. Clay is a personal friend of all of ours. That's one reason we have him on. But I do like his different opinions. I'm like you, Jim. I don't always agree with Clay. He says things, and I don't agree with him in this situation. I think he went overboard. I think he made a personal attack. And I'll bring that up with him Tuesday when he's on with us.
But it's a bad look in America to try to organize a book burning, and I won't be a part of that. We'll continue on when we come back. This is the next round. Thank you for being with us today. We love your comments all the time. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. And as always, your comments at Next Round Live and on all of our video platforms. Thank you for being part of the show. We're back in a moment. Tyler, on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you. Quick commercial break there. Do you want to go through some of the comments in the chat room, or do you?
Oh boy, that chat room's moving fast and furious, Dunaway.
Yeah, second day we're going to go over 1,000 chats before the show is done today. We appreciate all your comments, and if I have not gotten back to you on Twitter, there were many of you commenting and DMing me or sending me messages last night. I'll try to get back at some point, maybe into the weekend if I get an opportunity. I try to answer not all the good ones, but all the yucky ones. I like talking to the ones that send yucky tweets. So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's, where last night you asked what question?
What came first, George Washington or the German Shepherd?
It seems like the German Shepherd's going to go back to
old Germany.
Yeah, but how old is Germany?
Shepherds in Germany?
Yeah.
Germany's pretty old.
Yeah.
I think they was there before G-Dubs.
Well, I'm going to say it feels like you want me to say German Shepherd, so I'm going to go George Washington.
Yeah, George Washington, it was his birthday yesterday. I think he would have been 231 years old. So George Washington, 1732, I think. The German Shepherd, not till 1899, believe it or not.
Yeah, 1899.
Yeah. These are the things you learn at Odie's. Brown asked some interesting questions as well last night. We do it every single Wednesday night. It's Odie's Team Trivia. Some of those questions were a little hard last night, but they're all over the place. It's a Birmingham institution. Odie's located in Crestline Village. New location coming soon to Homewood. We'll give you information on that. Get in this weekend. The weather's going to be fantastic. You can sit out on the patio, enjoy some college hoops, and also great food from Rodney Davis, including those burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches. Go see Will Haver and that incredible staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
So how do you make a German Shepherd? Like they took two breeds and just put them together?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I can tell you the breeds if you.
No, I'm not that concerned.
Yeah, I would tell you that the discussion that continues on every show on one of our TVs down here, except the NFL Network, where they're not paying attention to Brandon Miller playing for Alabama.
It's an old game, in fact.
But on all the other shows where the discussion continues, I understand it. as a guy who has grown up an Alabama fan, I understand the discussion about this. I trust the legal system of him not being a suspect. And I assume that if that status ever changes, his playing status is going to change. But just to make, and I'm not speaking for anybody on the show, but for me personally, I understand why people are questioning whether or not he should be playing in this situation.
I think it's a reasonable discussion.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that discussion.
And I don't know what the right answer is. And some of you have said, boy, if this was another team, you would be killing them if they were playing them. Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't know how I would be reacting. I know in this situation, from when this happened, Darius Miles was part of the basketball team, and it was a tragic story. It'll always be a tragic story. And once it came to my knowledge that there were Alabama players who were witnesses, I wondered if there would be any suspensions. But I always ask people, okay, you don't think he should be playing. Should they have suspended him 2 games, 4 games, 6 games, 8 games, back when they first became aware of it? Because I keep hearing you would have suspended him if he was late for practice or missed a curfew. Well, I mean, would 2 games have quite?
No, it would not have. If Alabama had suspended him 2 games in January, and then what came out in the preliminary hearing, Alabama would have gotten killed for too light of a suspension.
Probably killed worse. I don't know how you handle it, because imagine if you kick him off the team, and what we are hearing, that release from his attorney, if that is spot on yesterday.
That's right.
Then he's completely innocent of this. I still think if this is a player that plays 3 minutes, he's not with the team. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, and we discussed this a little bit yesterday, and I think that's a fair discussion, that if Alabama had a losing record right now, would they have made the same choice? If Alabama was on the bubble, would they have made the same choice? If it was a walk-on at the end of the bench, would they have made the same choice? I don't know the answer to any of those, and we could sit here and we could fill up 4 hours a day of playing every different scenario. And it's just not the show we've ever done. And I actually turn off shows that do that, because those hypotheticals, what if this, what if that, they're not real. The reality and the facts of it are the folks who make these decisions decided they're going to keep playing. So we have to live in a world where that is the decision that they made. So they're playing him. And 100%, it's an odd – I was not excited to watch the game last night because of everything going on around the game. It was hard to get excited about his 41 points because I was like, ooh, should I be excited about this? Is it okay to be excited about this? It was an unbelievable performance last night, but it was squelched. I think this is correct, and I can get Taylor or Lunsford or somebody to check. I don't think Alabama tweeted out anything that at the official Alabama basketball account. I don't think they tweeted out anything that had Brandon Miller in it or him scoring 41 points.
I mean, he would have gotten the hard hat in any other game. I don't know. The hard hat last night.
Did he get the hard hat
really
last
don't
night?
know.
I don't know.
I was in bed.
Usually we know all this stuff. So Alabama right now, they're not even acting the same around their own program. So for any of us to act like this is normal, that it's just business as usual in Tuscaloosa and they're not sensitive to what's going on, is incorrect. Nobody knows how to act. Nobody.
Yeah, I got a text from a friend of ours yesterday, and they're a big Alabama family, and him and his son watch a lot of Alabama games, and he said, I can't watch anymore.
Yeah.
Just because of all of the circumstances surrounding this. And I think there's probably, I'm not going to say the majority of people, there's probably a good number of people that feel like that.
I think it would be certainly in the minority, but yes, I think
I'll
there
give you
are
an
probably
example.
some.
In my own fandom, when Leonard Little was drinking and ran a red light, and a mother was taking her son to a concert, and he killed that mother, and this is back in '99, I had a hard time. Leonard Little played that season. The Rams won a Super Bowl. I had a really hard time finding myself cheering for Leonard Little when he would sack somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, it was tough.
It's a totally different scenario, but, like the Cincinnati game where Tua got hurt and had to get carted off. I've never enjoyed, and I've watched some crap Dolphins teams. I've never enjoyed a game less. I mean, there are times where you just watch and you're like, my heart's not in this. My soul's not in this, even though it's my team. So I can understand that. I do think that will wear off. I know the dad says, my son and I, we're not watching. Let Alabama get the 1 seed and go deep in this tournament. And a lot of people will probably say, okay, You know, it doesn't feel the same, but I'm still going to watch this thing. I do want to go back.
Can I just say something real quick as you go back? Some of you in the chat room say you're covering it different for Alabama. If this was Auburn, you'd be covering it differently. I would say I stand on my track record for the 13 years we've done this show that if you go back and could pull up tapes of the way we handled the Cam Newton situation compared to everyone else, it was totally different. And any other controversial issue along the way has been very different than the way the other people in our business cover things. We've always tried to do it differently, fairly, and we haven't ever built our whole 4 hours around just pressing y'all's buttons to try to get you to call and be a part of the show and give us your hot takes. Because after a while, they all start to sound the same or they get batshit crazy. So we like to talk about a topic and then we move on to something else so we can all be batshit crazy about that
we
one.
We were all working together in the Cam Newton deal, and Lance, you'll remember this. I think we were telling, I think it was Forrester, who's Auburn grad. We were telling him, Scott wasn't with us at the time. We were like, we almost never talked about the Cam Newton situation.
Unless it was news of the day.
Unless it was really about all we talked about was if there was news he might not play or he'd been cleared to play.
And people were really critical that we kind of avoided the topic.
Oh, we got killed for it.
In fact, our bosses,
Yes.
because the opening drive and Feinbaum would do.
They would do 4 hours.
4 hours of it.
And it was just so redundant.
It was.
And again, this is a completely different situation.
Sure
but
it
this
is.
is one of those that, you know, I don't think anybody was excited about going on the air to talk about this.
No, I mean, and I think that's
2
Jim.
days in a row now. Not my style of show. I'm not good at these shows.
I think that is Jim's point, is that has never been the way we've done our show. We have never just sat here and killed. And I know the opposing fans, oh, yeah, you did. We really didn't. I know you think you did because you're the fan of that team. I get it. That's how it works. We like to laugh and have fun. And there's no laughing and having fun in this at all. None whatsoever. There was no laughing and having fun with Cam Newton because too many people were pissed off about it. We like to laugh and have fun. That's the way we've always done our show. It's the way we're going to continue to do our show. I mean, because somebody asked, Bobby says, if Clay didn't bring you all higher engagement, would you be making a different choice? We don't really look at it that way. I don't think we've ever had a single discussion like this one guest gets us these kinds of numbers.
I don't think Clay has ever retweeted.
Probably not.
You know, an interview that he's done with us.
I would say.
I don't even know. I'm looking at Lunsford. He's our analytic guy. Does Clay bring us higher engagement? You're shaking your head no.
I mean, I would say.
Of our regular guest every week during football season, Klatt or Clay?
Klatt.
Yeah, but
not mostly because Klatt pisses people off, but it's from a sports angle.
And Clay doesn't?
But
Clay, no. I'm saying this from the standpoint that Clay's been a regular on the show since I was an intern 15 years ago. I mean, he's integrated in the show. It's not like, he comes on, it all spikes up and everything. No. I'm not saying that it's like a negative necessarily. I'm just saying it doesn't really.
But I would say this, the way we've always approached it is we want guests that are into doing this segment. That's number one. If they're not into it, like, oh, God, I guess I'll come on. We'll just say, hey, no, we'll pass.
And
no,
we've had plenty of that.
Yeah, we have. And that's on me. I mean, you point those fingers directly at me. And you know what we do with those people?
We don't have them.
We don't have them on again. So we try to filter it out to find the ones that are into it. The Joel Klatts, the Tom Luganbills. Help me out here. Give me some other ones. The Tyler Watts, the John Parker Wilsons. The Brock Hewards, the Hoax, the people.
I'm drawing a blank, Brownie.
Buster Olney.
The Buster Olneys, the Orlovsky, the people you see us have on time and time and time again are people that are invested. They give us something in the segment, and they get us. They know we're goofballs. We're going to ask stupid questions. We're going to, Dunaway's going to say something awkward, and you're going to be like, what in the world did he just say? I mean, that's Peter Burns, people like that. That's who we have on this show, and we view it as a collective thing. It's like not this one guy gives us a spike. It's if the whole show's good, you guys will pay attention. So there you go. I got football lines for next season. If you want to do that in the next segment,
let's take a quick break.
Point spreads, Jim. Point spreads.
I want to tell you about our friends at Cowan Equipment. We'll send out a poll question today. Who's the bigger ass on the show? Me, Brown, LT, Rockstar.
Why do we want to do that one?
Drive by on Rockstar. He's not even here.
Well, that's kneecap him.
Bobby says 12 years later, the Cam tears have returned. He will forever live in the heads of Bammers rent-free.
I do think.
See, I actually think Bobby's more controversial than Clay is.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah. I do think these are. Hear me when I say this, okay? Can I say this up front? Hear me when I say this. These situations are completely different. Okay? Situations are completely different. I'm only making this comparison. There are a lot of fans in the SEC that hated Cam Newton and Auburn fans, they kind of wore that. I feel like Brandon Miller's going to be a little bit of that. Don't you? I mean, you saw it last night. He became a villain. Maybe not hated, but he became a villain.
Oh, they were chanting, lock him up.
I know. And I think Alabama is going to do that.
Yeah, but I think there were a lot of fan bases, they did it, but it was just to a different degree. I don't know. Just situations so different.
The situations are totally different. Yeah,
I don't know how it plays out for going forward. I don't know how it plays out. I mean, can this bear such heavy weight on this team that it doesn't meet its expectations?
Could.
It
seemed like it last night.
It didn't happen to Auburn and Cam Newton in that year. Now I know there wasn't a murder in the background, but there was controversy around the star player, and he weathered and rose to the occasion. And there still may be legal things that happen. I don't know what tomorrow brings, and that's how we started off the show yesterday. Is that if you're coming here for answers, or for us to act like we got the answers, I'll speak for myself. I don't have them. When we come back, we'll get to some betting lines for football.
You love this, don't you? College football.
Yeah.
See how good Lance is. Lance nails these most of the time.
Usually I put a stake on 6 of them, right? Or 12 of them, or 8 of them, or something.
Just to cheer things up, can we do a stake bet?
I'll tell you what, you read them out in the next segment.
How many do
you have?
Oh, there's a bunch.
How many do I have to get right?
Some of them are Alabama, some of them are SEC, some of them are national.
6 of 8?
God.
No.
6 of 8?
5 of 8?
8 of 12.
Is that a different math? 6 of 8 is 8 of 12?
Well,
3/5.
Jimmy,
6 of 8 is more difficult than 8 of 12.
Yeah, so what's that?
The difference between 3/4 and 2/3.
Yeah, that's very close. That was not. Seemed like you were being more generous to me.
I am being more generous.
I think I would prefer to cherry pick fewer games and
okay. If you want to do 6 of 8's fine.
Try to get fewer games correctly.
Yeah. 6 of 8's great.
Can I hit you at?
How about 6 of 9?
Can I go 6 of 8? But if there's a push, we go or we just make everything a half, so we'll have no pushes. Okay, we'll make everything a half, so we have no pushes. You get the first advantage on the half. The second one that's not on a half will go to my advantage. Okay.
Wow, this has gotten super complicated.
Detente.
Yes.
Show's being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They bring you the poll questions every day.
Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the next round on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Thank you to the first 1,000 messages today, halfway through the show. We appreciate you being with us. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you'd like to call up Sterling there and talk a little fried chicken with him. Great place to swing by there and enjoy the fried chicken, all the wonderful sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the po' boys, and everything else on the menu, including some wonderful sides and desserts. Perfect for your viewing of March Madness that's coming up very soon. It's champyschicken.com. Open for lunch right now, Highway 119 down in Alabaster. Okay, football talk here in just a second. But if you missed it last night, Alabama's Brandon Miller gets the backing again from the Alabama Athletics Department in a statement saying that Alabama continues to work with law enforcement. Brandon Miller, not a suspect. And without all the facts that they know, that he continues to be an active member of the basketball team. That from Greg Byrne and the University of Alabama Athletics. Last night, Brandon Miller goes out and scores 41, and Alabama beats South Carolina in a closer game than the experts think. But it was the Brandon Miller show. Cut number 2, Nate Oates got asked about the decision for Brandon Miller to play in the game after some new information for the coach and the athletic director came to light in court testimony this week. Here is Nate Oates last night.
Nate, what led the decision for Brandon to play today?
Well, as Greg said earlier, we make decisions based on available facts, and that's what we did here.
That's Nate Oates last night. He and Greg Byrne both making statements yesterday. You can see Greg's conversation with Reese Davis on the ESPN podcast where they had a long discussion about the long decision Alabama put in to now allowing Brandon Miller to play all 11 games since the shooting death of Jamia Harris, age 23. Jaden Bradley, another person mentioned in court testimony there, also played last night for Alabama. Alabama's back home this weekend when they play Arkansas. Auburn on the road at Kentucky after a must-win last night. Auburn overcomes a 63-59 deficit in the second half to rally and win 78-74. We talked to Justin Hokanson earlier. You can hear that entire show on all of our podcast platforms. If you will, cut number 7, Bruce Pearl last night. It wasn't all rosy for Auburn. They were down 63-59 to one of the worst teams in the SEC at home. And one of the reasons why is Auburn was not dominating the boards like they usually do. And Bruce sends out a warning shot about the weekend coming up.
I thought they're just their athleticism. I just thought they, Burns and, McKinnis had 4 offensive rebounds in 18 minutes. I mean, just, Robert Allen had 3 offensive rebounds. So they're athletic. They're strong, but Kentucky is bigger, stronger, and more athletic. So we're going to be up there, and we're up against probably the best offensive rebound team in the league. And we rebound like we did tonight. We got beat by 40.
Yeah, so if we rebound like we did tonight, we get beat by 40.
Well, Shibwe will pull down a board or two.
Yeah, Shibwe's playing better, but I can't wait for the weekend when you see Shibwe
and Janai Broome play each other. That'll be one great matchup down low.
Oh, I agree. I mean, Broome is playing tremendous basketball. Sheboy went for 25 last night. This Kentucky team is finally playing some of their best basketball this year. That's going to be a battle. And, you get the feeling, Wendell Green's going to need to show up. As bad, I shouldn't say as bad, as inconsistent as Auburn guard play has been, Kentucky's been right there with them. I mean, this is strength versus strength.
Yeah,
and weakness versus weakness.
Yeah, it depends on which teams show up. It could be a great game. It could be a close game, and not a great game, but just a close game. Or it could be a blowout either way, depending on which one of those Tigers or Cats show up in the game at Rupp Arena coming up this weekend. It is national TV on CBS. Alabama is on ESPN2 coming up this weekend. UAB tonight. Senior night for them down at Bartow Arena. Andy, I'd like to see the place packed 6:30 as they play Rice. More about the seniors heading out tonight for the Blazers. Those are your headlines. We're about to talk football betting lines. MyBookie.ag gets you into all the games as we move forward. MyBookie.ag.
Yeah, don't forget, if you go there right now for any of these lines at some point when they're official lines, the college basketball games, Lance gave you his view of the look-ahead lines for the Saturday games with Alabama and Auburn. We like to do that occasionally. MyBookie.ag is where you play those if you're just trying to earn some money. If you just want to make things a little more exciting when you're watching a game, MyBookie.ag gives you the most for your money. They've got this deposit bonus that is up to $2,000. Use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag, and you can claim a bonus up to $2,000. You heard me right, $2,000. MyBookie.ag, college basketball, NBA, NHL, UFC, blackjack tournaments, all right there at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND to get that deposit bonus up to $2,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Why do you do blackjack tournaments like we used to do Trout Pond?
Trout Pond.
Blackjack tournaments.
Barney Fife impersonator.
We met that guy at the car show.
Yeah, that guy's...
He's still kicking around.
He is. He's old Barney Fife now, but he's still doing Barney.
All right. So football's coming up, college football. Tyler, you remember yesterday I asked you the question, how far are we from week 0?
Just that memory here.
You got it right yesterday.
I'd put money he gets this right.
-1.
185 now?
It was 185 yesterday, Tyler, so 184.
Shoot.
I do agree the days feel like they're dragging by right now.
So Brown's got some lines. Usually this is from some old smoky place like the Lone Diamond. What's the place?
It was the Gold Nugget. Dunaway used to always hate these. We did them one year, and then Dunaway decided he hated them. But that's not it. That's not it now, Dunaway.
It's not the Gold Nugget?
It's not the Gold Nugget.
Has the Gold Nugget shut down?
Somebody said something about the Gold Nugget once, and Dunaway's like, oh, Gold Nugget again.
Yeah, the Gold Nugget.
These are from FanDuel.
FanDuel, I'll take these.
Okay.
Okay, so what, 6 of 8?
We got a bunch of them. I'm just going to go through the ones I find interesting.
Can I get 5 of 8 if I do it this segment? If I don't even think about it,
No, now you've shaken me down.
I know.
Okay, I'll go 6 of 8, but I was just asking just for competitive purposes. Okay, 6 of 8, and I'll do it in this segment.
All right, here we go.
I'll do it on the fly.
I'm just going to give you.
I'll tell you what. I'll do 6 of 8, and I'll give you the half point on everyone in your favor.
Okay, I get the half point in my favor. Everyone. Okay.
All right. Actually, most of these are at half a point, so that's not going to come into play very often.
Nugget.
Let's see if we can get these though.
All right, I'm just going to do the ones I find interesting.
But he's going to
There's a bunch of them.
Let him guess the line first.
I will.
Okay.
These are games of the year. A lot of the big games of the year.
We're overproducing this segment.
Yeah, we very much are. North Carolina, South Carolina are playing neutral site Charlotte. Lance Taylor, FanDuel say what?
Oh, man, this is a tough game.
One.
Both coming off 9-win seasons, right?
Good game.
I will go ahead and tell you before you even say the line, this will be one of the 8 I'll play.
All right, I like it.
I am going to say that I'm going to list South Carolina as a skinny 2.5-point favorite.
Jim? North Carolina. Are you trying to guess too?
I've got no guess. No, I'm
North Carolina favored by 1.5.
Okay.
So I'm going to take North Carolina -1.5.
Yeah.
Lock me in on that one.
All right. Okay.
That's one of how many do I have to have? 8? There's one right there.
All right. Florida State LSU, one of the big games in the nation, week 1. Florida State LSU, that's the Sunday night game, played in Orlando.
I may like this one too.
Neutral site.
Yeah, neutral site, but Orlando does benefit, obviously, Florida State.
It's going to lean Seminoles.
I am going to say, LSU won.
Doesn't matter. I'm not picking.
I know, Jim. I'm just building suspense. Okay. Florida State favored one. You got Lance reeling right now. He's been on the wrong side of both.
I'm within 3 on all these.
I'm messing with you, Lance. I'm messing with you.
I I like that one too. I'm going to take LSU.
Damn it. I wanted you to take Florida State.
LSU plus the one? Yep, yes. You're catching a point with LSU.
So you've said 2. I've played 2. What could go wrong?
Now, there's 2 Bama games, so hold your powder here, as they say. I think that's what they say.
I will not bet on Alabama.
Texas A&M, Miami. This game is played at Hard Rock Stadium on the road for the Ags. Tight game this past season.
I'm going to go ahead and pass, but go ahead.
Pass?
Yeah, I'd pass on this one, too. I think Texas A&M is going to be a 3.5-point favorite.
A&M 4.5. Lance's dial back in.
And where is it?
That is at Hard Rock Stadium, Jim. A&M favored 4.5 on the road in the heat of Miami.
I'll write it down over here in case I have to. I mean, I got to find 6 more I like. That is the one I dislike so far. I mean, who the hell is going to show up in that game?
Cy-Hawk Trophy. Do you guys care about the Cy-Hawk?
Yes.
Okay, you want Cy-Hawk?
Always.
Iowa is at Iowa State.
I'll take the under.
Iowa State coming off a terrible year. I will say that Iowa is a 3-point favorite.
Iowa is a 3-point favorite at Iowa State. Look at you. You're dialed in now.
Okay.
Let's get that fastball working.
By the way, I get 1.5 on LSU because you told me I get all the halves. There we go.
That's fine.
Correction on that.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Yep. There you go.
Richard Puss Saver. Thank you. Puss Saver. Thank you, Richard.
Wow.
Yeah. The more you say it, the closer it gets to one of those
Puss
news
taster.
things. Yeah. That is what it is.
That was,
no, it's not.
That was the pronunciation I was trying to stay away from.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Hugh Janus. He's turning 38. All right, Cy-Hawk. Iowa -3 at Iowa State. Was that a pass from you?
Iowa -3 at Iowa State.
Yep.
I'm gonna put that on the maybe list.
Tennessee is at Florida. Vols and Gators. Tennessee at Florida. This game's played Ben Hill Griffin Stadium.
I think Tennessee is going to be a skinny favorite here. I will list the Volunteers at -2.5.
Volunteers -6.5 in this one.
Wow.
6.5, though. So it's like value right there is what Lance is saying.
It's in Florida?
That game is played at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in the Swamp.
I don't know what Tennessee's going to be. Florida's, I like their coach. Got a really good defensive coordinator. Used to wear the crimson.
Great breakdown.
For about a week.
Yep. That's
you
true.
know a lot about Austin Armstrong, don't you?
I just know he was good enough to be in Tuscaloosa.
Clemson is playing Florida State. I've got this game in Tallahassee.
Ooh. I am going to say Florida State is going to be listed as the favorite here. And this is going to be the first time Clemson is going to be an underdog in the ACC. And I can't even remember how long. I think Florida State is going to be I think they're going to be a 2.5-point favorite.
Clemson favored 3 in this one. That's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah.
So much so I'm going to double-check location and just make sure they've got it right here. Because that feels like Clemson at home right there. I don't know. They'd be favored more than 3 at home, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Clemson favored 3, Dunaway.
Yeah, but I need to know the location.
It's in Tallahassee.
You building suspense, or are you stuck?
No, I've got it at Memorial Stadium. I've got it at Memorial Stadium.
See, I thought they went to Florida State last year. I thought this was back at Clemson.
Yeah, that game's in Death Valley. Florida State is at Clemson Saturday, September 23rd. Wow, that is a skinny number for Clemson playing at home.
I would have been surprised if Clemson was a 3-point favorite on the road.
In early in the year, right? September 23rd.
September 23rd.
That's that big day of
Clemson.
college football, remember?
Yep.
I remember saying the ACC put their best game, regular season game of the year when I think everybody's playing a big game that day.
Yeah, Clemson favored 3 at home. You hold on that one?
Yeah, I will let you know.
These are FanDuel's lines. Dunaway's trying to pick 8.
I'm going to need you to pick up the pace.
All right, Ohio State is at Notre Dame. Almost gave the line. Ohio State at Notre Dame.
I would say Ohio State is a 6-point favorite.
8.5 Dunaway. Ohio State favorite 8.5.
It got over that 6.5 line. Anything 6.5 I would have taken. But I'm going to play power here.
You're going to go Ohio State minus 8.5?
I'm going to take Ohio State 8.5.
I like how Ohio State Notre Dame and you're playing power. That used to be both of them.
Yeah, used to be.
Ohio State minus 8.5. Boys, for the last time ever. What?
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna take that back. I just remembered.
We need you to pick up the pace.
I just remember who the quarterback is at Notre Dame.
Sam Hartman. That's a hold.
Yeah, that's a hold.
Last time, Big 12 Red River rivalry. Texas, Oklahoma in the
like we're running out of runway. We're already to Bedlam. Oh, Red River. Okay.
That's Red River, Jim. Settle down.
I will say that Texas is a 4-point favorite.
It's a good number.
Texas is favored 5.5 in this game against Oklahoma, Jim. Your boy Sark.
Maybe come back to that one.
All right, USC is at Notre Dame. USC, Lance, at your boy Sam Hartman in Notre Dame.
Boy, tough game. I am going to list this one Notre Dame -1.
USC is favored 3 in South Bend.
I like to hear it.
Yeah, I know you do. Pass.
I'm gonna pass right now.
Ohio State at Penn State smells like a whiteout to me. Ohio State at Penn State.
We'll have to make some tough calls.
You are. Ohio State is at Penn State.
Ohio State is going to be 5.5 here.
They are favored 8, Jim. Ohio State favored 8. More power. Ohio State at Penn State favored 8.
Is that Penn State?
It is at Penn State. That's going to be a whiteout. It's got whiteout written all over it.
Oh, but I feel like if I wait till the game week, I'm going to be able to get Penn State at even more.
Well, you can't wait till game week.
No, not for this, but for just a
for
stake
a
in
normal
general.
stake. Yeah, a normal stake. Yeah.
I'm gonna hold on Ohio State.
All right. Just a couple.
I may play Penn State there before it's over.
By the way, cocktail party. Georgia favored 17.5 at the cocktail party. Michigan at Penn State. If Ohio State wasn't the whiteout, this one will be Michigan in Happy Valley.
I'll say Michigan 6.
How do they get both those teams in Happy Valley? Ohio State and Michigan in Happy Valley?
I think you're wrong.
I do too. I think they've got this wrong on here on FanDuel. This is making you doubt all of these.
I mean, we'll be able to tell you if you tell me the number. I would say if it's at Happy Valley, it's Michigan 6. If it's Michigan 10, then it's in
Michigan is 1.5. It says at Penn State. Now, I doubt that Ohio State's playing at Penn State. That's where I think they got it wrong.
I think Penn State's at Ohio State. Last year they played in Happy Valley.
No, it's got Penn State. Penn State is playing at Ohio State this year. That's what it says, man.
Lunsford, check those as we move forward.
Wow. You doubt them. I wonder if with their new schedule they're having
Penn State is playing at Ohio State?
That's what it says.
No, but you said Ohio State was at Penn State.
Yeah. My apologies. Penn State is at Ohio State.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we've got Michigan 1.5 at Penn State.
Now we've got a mess is what we've got. Yes. Michigan is, in fact, at Penn State. Yes, Michigan's at Penn State.
FanDuel.
FanDuel, yes. Georgia, Tennessee.
Yes.
Where's that game?
I've got it in Knoxville. Yep.
I will say Georgia is a 10.5 point favorite.
Only 7.5. Getting value with Tennessee right there, Jimmy D.
All right, go on.
Michigan, Ohio State, the big game. I've only got 2 after this, so you're going to have to start making some
choices.
choices.
Where is that one?
Michigan, Ohio State is played in Columbus. In Ann Arbor. Excuse me.
In Ann Arbor, I will say Ohio State is a 2.5 point favorite.
Michigan favored 1.
Wow.
Look at this. All right, 2 Bama games.
It's in Ann Arbor.
In Ann Arbor, 2 Bama games.
I'm going to take Ohio State plus my 1.5.
By the way, look at that.
So you've only got 3 on record right now.
That's right.
Good news for primetime, by the way. Good news for primetime. He's only a 6.5 point dog against Nebraska. That's not bad for him. All right, here we go. We got Bama, Texas. Alabama, Texas. This game's in Bryant-Denny Stadium, Jim.
Familiar with the place.
Bama is going to be 13.5.
Bama's only favored 9.5. Lance says you're getting a little value right here.
That's a tough game. I'd almost take Texas plus the 9.5.
You almost would, or you would?
I may come back to it.
All right, there's only one more, so you're about to have to start paring it down.
It's okay.
Alabama, LSU. This game also played in Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Alabama, I am going to list them as a 6.5 point favorite.
I'm surprised by this one. 9.5. That's a pretty big number for a game Bama lost last year.
Texas and LSU the same number? That makes no sense.
I don't know. You take that up with FanDuel.
I would say FanDuel sees them as the same exact team, LT. Just change the hats.
Yep.
I'm going to go back, and I'm going to take...
You've got 3 on record. Carolina against South Carolina, LSU against Florida State, Ohio State against Michigan.
I'm going to go back, and I'm going to take Clemson.
All right. He's got Clemson, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Dunaway is going with Clemson.
Minus 2.5 as they play host, or are they at Florida State?
No, they're hosting Florida State.
Yep, that's what we decided.
Okay.
Hosting Florida State. I am going to go back, and I'm going to take USC minus 2.5 at
Notre Dame. Okay. That's 5.
Why don't you read a commercial, Brownie?
What you want, Jim?
Let LT tell us about our friends at Michelson as we
All right,
look ahead to
LT.
this college football.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if a LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision. Now I have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Again, for more information and to book the hassle-free consultation, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Okay, I'll take Penn State plus the 1.5 at home against Michigan. I will take Texas. Minus the 5.5 versus Oklahoma.
Okay, one more.
And one more.
I thought you were going to go Texas against Bama.
I will take. Is Iowa really at Iowa State and giving that many points?
Iowa's -3 in Ames.
I'm going to take Iowa State
plus 3.5.
Plus 3.5 as they host Iowa.
I mean, one day he's going to beat Iowa.
Damn it! I forgot about that stat.
Such a Lance comment, such a Dunaway move. That is in Jack Trice Stadium. Is that where you're playing that game?
It's at Iowa State.
At Iowa State, okay.
So here are my 8, so we can screen grab those. Lower that. So I like North Carolina, LSU, Ohio State, Clemson, USC, Penn State, Texas. You actually like it. I can tell by your body language. You think I've done a good job.
I think you did a good job with North Carolina, with LSU, with Ohio State. I don't necessarily like Clemson, USC, Penn State, and I don't like the last 2 really. I like 5 though.
Yeah, that's good. I only need to scare you on 1 there. By the way, I don't know what we'll do on July 17th now because that was our July show that we usually do.
We'll bring it back.
We'll bring it back. That's a segment.
Updated lines done away.
All right. When we come back, we'll do trash today. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Good look right there, Brownie.
Oh, yeah, I would agree.
I love
Jim.
that view of the
49ers.
Something about flying over the mountains, man. It's really, really good.
I've never seen that particular shot.
Me either.
Excuse me, you caught me in mid-bite. Sorry, Tyler. Did not know we were coming back.
Yeah, me too. I was just hitting one of my Way to Wellness protein bars. It was delicious. Tastes just like the tasty little 1,000 grand bar. Good meal right there from our friends at Way to Wellness. Journey to Healthy
100 grand.
It's 100 grand?
Yeah. God. 1,000 grand's a lot.
Inflation.
Yeah, I know.
Inflation. It'll get you. Part of our show today being brought to you by Peachtree, Alabama Planning. LT, these are the folks that sort of took a look at your finances a few years ago and made sure you were on the right path to a great retirement.
Well, I had a couple of policies that just didn't make any sense, and I was wasting money. They were actually going backwards, and you're supposed to be able to compound and make money on these policies each and every year. So they took a look at this. They told me I was doing some things wrong. And again, a couple of missteps financially can set you back years, retirement, kids' education. Our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama, they're an independent financial service firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. These are local guys. They offer comprehensive wealth management and financial strategies to clients all across the country, though. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, retirement planning. All of these things, ultra important, whether you're 22 and you're fresh out of school, you're 45, maybe you've made some bad investments. These guys can get it back on track for you. That's Mark Burkholder and Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Call them today. Tell them the next round sent you, 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
Two things in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Brian, our buddy Brian Pope, longtime Fox 6 sports guy. Bama should have beaten LSU by 14 last year, so he thinks that number makes sense. I think you think LSU wins the West, so you see value in taking LSU against Alabama.
I do too. Yeah, I really do. Plus 9.5. I think it's a lot of points.
Yeah. I mean, but those two, and there's a lot more data than this, obviously, but those two games played about the same. Bama on the road in Austin, Bama on the road in Baton Rouge is pretty much the same game. Lower scoring in Austin,
I'll
obviously.
tell you this, one of the, if not the best receiver coming back in the SEC, Malik Neighbors, and this got overshadowed because of the whole Brandon Miller situation. He got caught with an illegal firearm on Bourbon Street just a couple of nights ago.
And it came out he's been cleared of that. So there will be no charges against him.
I did not see that part.
Yeah, that just came out today, Lance, and we'll see if Brian Kelly, imposes any punishment or not, but there were no charges.
The other thing over there was they want to know where you're seeing these lines, Brown. They would like to go consume them on their own.
FanDuel is where I saw them. We always suggest you wait and play them at mybookie.ag.
Yeah, but you can actually go see them today. Is it in a story? Is any of the Saturday Down South put together a little packet or anything?
Just to be honest with you, one of the reasons I was struggling is a guy I follow on Twitter, Brian Edwards. Brian Edwards Sports from out of Vegas does a lot of point spread stuff that we use on the show.
Give his Twitter handle for it.
Oh, I'm going to have to find it. Excuse me.
Can you have the rest of the AP basketball poll yet?
He was the one that sent them out. So just Google Brian. I think it's at Brian Edwards Sports or at B Edwards Sports or something like that. But Brian Edwards is the guy's name, and he did have some of the locations wrong. To be 100% honest with you, that's why I was struggling with it.
All right, it's trash time every day at this time. We'll get back into all the stuff surrounding basketball and what we saw on the court last night as well. A little bit later on the show with Bryan Passink, who was in Columbia, South Carolina last night to see that 41-point performance from Brandon Miller. That is coming up. But right now, hit the big button, Tyler.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55. Fire it up!
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Man, he really did that last for effect, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. He cranks it, and then he hammers that trigger just for you.
Hey, to the new year, add to your financial uncertainty. Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman, and you can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. A team from the Bellicoba Forest Range seized a massive red sand boa from the forest area, arrested 4 people in connection with illegal trading. Set to be delivered to Nepal.
That doesn't look anything. I thought it was going to be pretty.
Me too. It's like a massive earthworm.
It's like a Komodo dragon kind of.
A little bit, yeah.
Anyway, the snake is also referred to as a double engine, as its head and tail give the same appearance.
Oh, it does. It could be going forward or backwards like a worm, like Brown said, either way.
This appearance has caused superstitious beliefs to be attached to the snake, such as bringing good luck or curing AIDS, which has led to its value on the black market as well as its endangered status.
I'll tell you, I'm going to bet you it doesn't cure AIDS.
It cures AIDS?
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Okay, real quickly before you go on to the story. Focus to the upper right-hand corner where those gentlemen are giving us their Monday headlines today about the worm.
What does
the
it
worm
say
has turned in the
What does
arm
it say on the board?
I don't know what.
Can you zoom in, Tyler, and see what the board says?
These are the guys who
First
were
day at school.
arrested for trading it.
They were arrested?
I assume it's just their name.
Oh, this is their mugshot then.
Oh, this is overseas mugshots.
Oh, wow. So they make them stand right there with the thing they stole, huh?
Oh, boy, they got a lot going on in the background, too. They got a mallard duck, a soccer ball.
Quite the jail.
Double reverse worm turns. I don't need the points.
No, that was one of your better lies, by the way. I'll give you credit.
I thought everybody needed a laugh.
Now, the snake is found in India, Iran, Pakistan, has local names such as the Indian sand boa, John's sand boa.
That's our John sand boa.
Red sand boa and brown sand boa. I'd go with John sand boa.
Yeah, I would too.
John's such a self-centered guy.
You know, that damn thing would be tough to cut in half. You know, a lot of people just get a garden hoe.
Yeah, just chop his head off.
I don't know if you could do that.
I'm with you.
Especially on a soft sand over there.
That would take a straight-up axe. Police in Japan have arrested a 21-year-old man on suspicion of assault and robbery after he beat up a 37-year-old man, stole his wallet outside of a convenience store. Police say the suspect, Hayato
Bless you.
Baba, admitted to punching the victim twice in the face, stealing his wallet containing around $800. Police said the victim suffered minor injuries to his face. Baba was quoted by police as saying he wanted to use the toilet in the convenience store and that he got irritated because the man who went in before him took too long. He told police he had not attacked the man with the intention of robbing him. He said he took the wallet on the spur of the moment after it fell out of the victim's clothing as he collapsed. When police arrived at the scene, Baba was still there drinking alcohol.
Ah, that's stunning. Hey, by the way, going back, Kevin says those snakes look like the thing from Tremors. Did you ever see the movie Tremors?
Yeah, Kevin Bacon and Fred Ward.
Reba McEntire.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I mean, it was interesting.
I think they did like 3 or 4 of them, too.
Yeah,
did they, Tyler?
A bunch of those.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I only saw the first one.
I saw the first one. It's not bad.
But I guarantee you that is not one of the things that went across fancy shoes.
Yes.
Reba McEntire.
I got it, man. I got it.
Too much, Michael. I'm sorry, Michael.
Does Reba believe 2 heads better than 1?
I don't know.
That could be a good country song, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
2 heads are better than 1.
37-year-old Arizona hiker Philip Powers set out to hike what he thought was a 17-mile cabin loop trail described as an easy to moderate trail. In his pack, he carried a little less than a gallon of water, a handful of snacks, and a battery-powered cell phone charger. At first, the trail was well marked, and Powers made it to the Taylor cabin no problem. A few miles after that, however, Powers realized he was lost, doubled back to the cabin. At that point, as Powers later put it to an investigator with the Forest Service, quote, shit was getting real. He was down to about a half liter of water, a mango, and 2 mandarin oranges, looking at a 14-mile hike back to his car with no phone service. The next day after his water ran out, he even tried drinking his own urine before starting a signal fire with a dead tree. Now, the fire eventually grew to a 230-acre blaze dubbed the Sycamore Fire.
They took over a week to contain. This fire led Powers being rescued by a Forest Service helicopter that was responding to the wildfire.
Thank
However,
God, guys.
this wouldn't be the end of his troubles. He now owes the government nearly $300,000 in restitution, faces 3 years of probation for his actions.
Now, come on now. Seriously. If he is in danger to save his life, he started a warning fire, and that just happened because of that?
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm not going to charge him for that.
Should have been more prepared, though. Although Powers' attorneys argued he shouldn't be held accountable, the judge's verdict was that Powers was, quote, reckless and negligent in his preparation for a hike of this magnitude from the onset, as he did not pack a GPS, paper map, flashlight.
See?
Also, a hiking trail of over 50 miles away from the one he intended to hike.
Jim, you love to do the if I was on a jury, I mean, now that you hear that part of it, he didn't have a map, he didn't have GPS, he didn't have a compass.
Yeah, I would tell you,
didn't have a Swiss Army knife.
Go back to the last part. He was on the wrong trail. The trail he was trying to hike on was 50 miles away from where he was.
I mean, it was.
Some people are not as good at things as others. Give me the picture again.
Well, how about don't go hiking?
I mean, at some point, is it not good to burn the earth and let stuff grow back?
Well, I'm gonna assume they determined that was not a place to do it.
It was an area where there were fire restrictions where you couldn't set any fires.
Which is generally.
He also did not build a ring of rocks around the fire. Right. So
no ring of fire.
Well, I mean, I'm not shocked. He was on the wrong trail by 50 miles. He missed that. He probably missed the class where build a ring of rocks around the fire too.
Did y'all ever do orientation?
Never did orientation, Lance. Nope.
I've done a lot of orientation.
I'm surprised y'all.
Yeah,
or the class.
It's no, I'm talking about the what is it called?
Like the training?
Yeah, no, the compass.
Oh yeah. Did you have it as a
Isn't
class
it called
at
orientation?
John says it's orienteering.
Orienteering. Yeah, we did that.
Did you have that at Alabama or at Homewood?
No, we had it at Homewood.
Really?
Yeah.
What you? All right, go find Nob Hill Apartments.
Yeah. I mean, that shit was hard, though.
Here's your Kevlar.
They say, go find Susan Johnson's house. And LT's like, I don't need the compass.
Now, I can go east.
Or a circle of rocks.
I can pull east, west, north, south. But when it comes to the coordinates, no thank you.
Yeah. I just try to stay on well-marked trails. I'm not a big hiker. Though my upcoming April vacation, I was told last night, involves a lot of hiking. Uh-oh. Maggie says, are you going to be pissy about hiking?
That's not a vacation.
Yes.
I said, I'm not going to be pissy about hiking.
Of course you are. I'm going to be pissy about everything. I'm Chip Dunaway.
Hey, we've got the world's first Pumier.
Huh?
It's an expert in all things fecal. In a bid to break the taboo, Feel Complete is looking to train people in the sights and smells of feces and what it can reveal about a person's overall health and well-being. Trainees will receive $1,500, not nearly enough, with one person eventually being given the role. Aspiring Pumiers must be age 21 and over, be available to commit to a strict training schedule, and have an excellent eye for detail. While Feel Complete said the role was intended to shock the skills of a Pumier are incredibly important, going on to say that the company was empowering gut health. Now, Aaron Providence, the founder and CEO of Feel Complete, said, quote, being a poo expert might not be at the top of everyone's list.
It's not
but
mine. Finding
and training the world's first Pumier is a way of for us to take a serious issue like gut health, have a little fun with it.
Yeah, I'll go back to that colon thing. You crap in the tub and you send it off and somebody inspects it and tells you if you need to get a colonoscopy or not. That's got to be the worst job in the world.
Didn't you do it?
I did. Yep, sent that thing right off.
I thought you shit in a box.
Well, no, it's a cylinder, like a plastic cylinder, and then you put some liquid in it and you put it on tight, and then you put it in a box.
So you just didn't want to do the colonoscopy?
I'd rather not. No.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Finally, we've got old people Facebook.
Oh,
and we've got pictures from Tyler here.
These are good, Tyler.
See what this is all about.
Well, did y'all see the one that was sent in our group chat the other day?
I didn't.
I did not. No.
Did not.
Okay. I will show it to you in the commercial
Yes,
break.
please do. So
Unless it pops up right here.
This is an advertisement for a Total Gym with all the attachments. $350 for the Total Gym, and she sends her photo, Tyler, her selfie. Yes, because I would want to buy.
Apparently, she's not been using it.
It doesn't appear she's selling it, Lance. In the way.
Well, it said in the bottom, hello, is this still available? So she sends the picture of her.
I
am still alive.
This one, blanked died last night. I'm so sorry. Was it expected? Just no. So much harder for you. Love you. Heart, praying hands. Then 2 thumbs up, and then you got a dinosaur banging a present.
Yes. Oh, don't that make you feel better?
You excited about that birthday present? Apparently not as much as you. A site displaying some flower bulbs didn't want to hear how mine had been stolen. What's up with that? I don't need them block.
Ed.
A site displaying some flower bulbs. Didn't want to hear how mine had been stolen. I don't get it. What are they doing?
I really have no idea.
I guess she sent a story into some place that sold flower bulbs.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, they're not interested. Blocked.
I'll show them. Oh, Lord, Tyler.
It's yours, Brownie.
Has anyone had these bins emptied on Blank Road? The lorry has been down Blank Lane, but not taking our neighbors near us, so they haven't got their trash picked up. I'm on that road, and for me, the early one is normally the brown bin. The other one comes around lunchtime, although varies wildly. AJ Porter says, we're always collected early, sometimes even 6:30 a.m.-ish, so it seems like they have missed on my road, or it's honestly unacceptable. Then somebody just replies to all of Facebook, I keep telling you I'm not an author, I am retired.
So the red name responding to the green comment, it says author because they're the author of the original post, and I guess they think Facebook's trying to tell everybody that they're an author.
I am not an author. I'm a retired human being.
Oh, very good.
A little complicated.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh,
this is Fairlife chocolate milk.
Yeah, which my daughter gets pissed at me for buying Fairlife.
From Branson, Missouri, Leslie, can you grab me 2 of these milks? I have been dizzy today and don't want to drive. At least my bowels are better.
Wow. Maybe a text right there, right?
I do love some chocolate milk.
Well, hell, I'd cut out that cheese around your Fairlife there.
Yeah, there's like 8 sticks of cheese back there.
Yes. Yeah. It might slow you down a little bit.
Hi, honey. I don't know. I did something wrong, and I can't find the keyboard, and now it looks like, like I'm talking to you now or something. So anyway, I'll try pushing this button and see if this comes to you. Yes, I would be glad to help. I think it'll work. I'm not quite sure about everything, but you'll help me. I tried to do that Pinterest, and then I turned my phone off, and when I woke up and turned it on, now this is the deal. At number 1, the Facebook icon is gone, and I can't find the keyboard. The messenger thing is there, and then every time I push it, only thing comes up is I have to speak into this and to hit into this phone, and the words come up by themselves. Is that a run-on sentence?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. They never said period, Lance.
Yeah. She right there is caught in a fierce circle if she doesn't know what that is happening, what's happening there.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time on her.
All right. Is that it there, Tyler?
Oh, was the one you sent in the group text the one somebody sent us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you ever sent that to the group text. I think only you and I got that one.
That was just you and me?
I think so. You need to send that we do need to send it to the group text. It's pretty funny, and I want to know how it turned out.
By the way, Tyler says my 90-year-old great aunt thinks a Facebook post is a direct message to her. I can understand why. That is Trash brought to you by.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from pre-qualifying through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at NextRoundLive.com and on the Next Round app.
I agree with Andy over in the chat room that if I just parroted what Brown says sometimes, I would sound a lot smarter on the show.
Oh, I don't know about that. I say a lot of dumb things.
I just tried that in a meeting. We were just having a commercial break here.
Yep.
It didn't go over well. I just parroted what you said.
Well, I thought you said never sounded smarter.
Yeah, I was trying to play the old echo game from back in the day.
Yep.
Part of our show, live today here in studio, being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Swing by there and say hi to Sterling and them. I do it about once a week. What would you have right now if you had anything from Sterling sitting in front of you, LT?
You mentioned the baked beans yesterday. So, again,
those are so good.
I'm a creature of habit.
Yep.
I mean, we eat together a lot away from this, and I typically, when I find a go-to, I go to it. And the tamales, the Mississippi Delta tamales are that good if you've never had them before. I know a lot of people that have never had a tamale.
Yeah, I do too. They don't know how to eat them.
Yeah, so that, the slaw, the beans, that's all I need.
Do you like mixing? Do you ever mix your sides like baked beans? You get a little scoop of baked beans, a little scoop of macaroni, or a scoop of potato salad or something like that?
So Rockstar and the roommate, if anything touches,
they
they
can't
won't even eat it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me
Like
at all.
I went to lunch with some friends the other day. I think it was Tuesday, and one of them was one of the ones that eats each thing and then moves on. Like he ate one side entree or whatever.
My son does that when we go to Waffle House. Like he'll eat all of his hash browns, all of his egg, all of his bacon, then all of his waffle or whatever is on the item.
So he will do an item until it's done.
Yeah, that's what my buddy did. We were at a meeting 3, and he ate like vegetable, entree, vegetable.
And I feel like the only reason a grit exists is to add a flavor while you have some bacon or egg in your mouth. You also throw a little grit in there, and it sort of works. It complements it other than that,
yeah.
I mean, a grit by itself doesn't taste fantastic to me.
Yeah, I like the cornucopia of flavors.
Yeah, I'm with you, yeah.
And it's one of the reasons that I like a really good beer or wine to complement my meal, because I think it even helps enhance the flavoring.
That's why when King Sandwich invented the sandwich, that's why it took off. Is that
that's right. That was his thought behind it.
That's right.
Yeah.
You had the bread, the meat.
Let's just eat it all together.
And we have it together, and they complement each other. Right?
Finish. I've got one more question, food for you, because we've got a debate in my household, but I'll let you finish telling about Champy's because they don't have this food.
I'm finished talking about Champy's.
Okay.
Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch. Champy'sChicken.com. It's Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go ahead.
How do you guys feel about king cake?
Not a fan.
Me neither. It's something that you neither, Tyler. Tyler's shaking his head.
No, I'm not a big fan of it.
In fact, Taylor could do a poll if we want to do a poll because we're 100%. Do you like king cake? My wife and daughter, they're like, let's get some king cake. And I'm like, it's so overrated. It's something that looks good.
Does it?
I think it does because it's got that icing on top of it. It's colorful.
Yeah, it's colorful. I think as a kid it looks good.
It's just a souped up bundt cake stuck in with a little baby Jesus. Is it baby Jesus?
It's not a baby Jesus.
Oh. Is it not a baby Jesus?
No, it's a baby.
It's a baby New Year?
I don't know whether it's a baby. I don't know why they have a baby,
so
but it's not a baby Jesus.
Technically, it could be baby Jesus.
John and Scott are saying it's just a baby.
It's just a baby. It's not baby Jesus. It's not Christmas. It's Mardi Gras.
Technically, and there's a little Jesus in all of us.
Well, there is. I would hope. I hope everybody got a little Jesus in them.
So I've always wanted to Google this. I never have, but since you guys
why is the baby in the king cake?
No, has anyone ever died from the king cake baby?
Oh, there's no doubt that's happened.
Oh, 100%.
There's probably a warning on every box of king cake.
It says no here.
No, back in my NBC 13 days, no longer were you allowed to have. In fact, they started. Look, everyone is saying it is a baby Jesus.
That can't be a baby Jesus.
Hey, that little bastard is small. I'm not calling baby Jesus bastard.
No, you're not.
Did seem
just
like
to be
The
abundantly
history
clear.
of king cake, a miniature plastic baby which symbolizes baby Jesus, is placed inside of each cake to signify the Epiphany. That's what's on the history of king cake at kingcakeshop.com.
I mean, it's a religious. It starts the religious Lenten season.
I am aware of that, but baby Jesus is more Christmas to me. Why are we doing it around Mardi Gras? I mean, I know Jesus was a baby for several years, but when I think baby Jesus, I think Christmas.
Surely you, of all people, do not think Jesus should only have 1 month.
No, I think Jesus should have 365 days.
Okay,
I agree with you, Jimmy D.
Why
But
can we
I'm
not
just
have
saying,
Jesus in dessert?
Well, when I think Easter, I think grown-up Jesus. I'm just saying it's just a weird time to have baby Jesus.
I can't find anybody who's ever choked on it.
Yeah, well, it's because it's baby Jesus. And now that I know that, Lance, nobody's going to die on that.
Not eternally.
No.
All right.
I don't like king cake, though. All that said, I'm not a big fan.
Thanks for bringing that to the table.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of you guys backing me up there. I mean, I accept being wrong so much on this show by just these guys telling me I'm wrong. So, in fact, Tuesday and the Lent season started yesterday. So today is Thursday. I forget.
Now, Jay says that his local people put a little cream cheese on the inside. I'd like that more. The icing on top, cream cheese on the inside. If I get one of those king cakes, maybe I would.
Well, at some point, you're just creating a different thing.
Well, that's true. It's not king cake anymore, sir. Perfect. I'll take it.
I'd also like it if it was steak and potatoes. One thing Andy Staples makes a point of in his Dear Andy column this week.
Andy.
And I think this is it's at The Athletic. I think this is a great point. When we start talking about changing clock rules and everything, and you brought this up a little bit, LT and Brownie, let's look at officiating. And there are people now who are going back and timing games, specifically some SEC and Big Ten games, at how much time the officials take to administer the play or penalties or such like that, compared to how they do it in the NFL, how fast they do it in the NFL compared to the college game. And the NFL game is so much more precise, quick. They don't have as many long discussions about big controversial plays. The replays are faster, but just the administering of the game. And as Andy makes a point, that when you go 30 to 45 seconds, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a game, it adds up. And instead of changing the clock, let's just be better at officiating.
I agree. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at the chat room. I'm
Not
so
enough
sorry.
time to get in.
I want to talk about it.
We'll bring this
about it.
We got Bryan Passink.
I'm sorry.
We'll bring it back.
I'm sorry.
Let's get back to the king cake.
I'm sorry. No, because Dave is so right. Because this is what makes this show the best. D&B talking about baby Jesus and LT searching to see if somebody's choked to death.
I can't believe I can't find a fatality. That thing is so small.
That is 100% our show, though.
You cannot buy it with an end now. You have to.
You can't some. Now, they've taken it out of
No,
some.
no,
You
I
have to
agree.
buy it with some.
You're buying black market.
Well,
No,
they have
no,
black
no,
market.
no,
They have black market king cake in New Orleans, and I would just say, I don't know about you guys. When I'm in New Orleans, especially on the street, I eat a lot faster because I'm drunk.
Yeah.
And I would just think somebody has plowed through that and choked on it.
No, there is a death. That's why the king. It's not in there.
No, I have seen it like at Publix or something like that, where you got the king cake and baby Jesus is packaged separately.
Yeah,
So now it is baby Jesus.
Well, I mean, that's what Lunsford
that's
said.
horseshit. The thing is,
Not baby
whoever
Jesus.
finds
Again, the cake, yes.
whoever finds baby Jesus has got the luck. So you've got it. You can't have it on the side.
Well, somebody
throw it out like a garter.
No,
at a
they
wedding.
stick it in. They stick it in.
Every gender reveal, somebody knows that the ball is going to blow up pink or blue. Somebody's got to know. One person takes it in the back and sticks that baby Jesus somewhere and then covers it with icing.
That's right.
I still think there's king cakes around here that you can get with a baby.
Oh,
in it.
there's no doubt about that. Yeah, I just think most of that's probably at your baker. I think most of your general package store, not package stores.
There's
but
also places around here I can take a Hyundai, go down to the barbecue joint, and put money on Northwestern tonight.
How about next year?
At Illinois.
We'll get the king cake, and all 11 of us will have a slice, and whoever gets.
Okay. Let's do it right now because the king cakes are on discount today.
They're still
it'll be a little chewy.
Yeah, so it's the day after the celebration.
Will you eat some of the king cake though?
I would eat a slice of it.
Yeah, I'm just not interested.
I'm not a big fan.
Me either. Why are we getting one then? Bryan Passink joins us next. He is the guy who was on the call with our buddy Chris Stewart as Alabama beat South Carolina last night. We'll talk to Passink about Alabama basketball when we come back right here on the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. They don't have king cake at New York Butcher Shop.
They got some delicious desserts.
Yes, they do.
I mean, they really do some incredible cheesecake, regular cake. But stop in, see Jim and that fine staff at the New York Butcher Shop. They've got a great selection of certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. They've got those chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice. Don't forget about the huge deli sandwiches for lunch. 2 great locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Caleb says it's bad luck to eat king cake, not on yesterday.
Oh,
it was out of season. Brooks saw a coffee shop who did a king cake latte and actually put the baby in the drink. That seems risky too. And Lunsford says, in this day of everyone gets a ribbon, some people try to have multiple babies and put twins and triplets in there, so everybody gets a little
But there's
good
only
luck.
one Jesus. Now you've really messed it up.
You missed the first part of it.
Yeah.
I found basically a trash story where people are doing the hashtag birthing challenge and they try to eat the baby and give birth to it.
Oh my
and it's like a social media thing.
Geez.
So some people try to have twins and triplets.
I probably,
you know what I mean?
probably shouldn't have started the book on the back page.
And then
this is like when Tide Pods were a thing and all that. Like people ate them for whatever stupid reason. That it became a thing where you ate the baby out of the king cake and then you gave birth and you took a picture of it. Like, hey, this is the baby. This is the baby I gave.
Man, some people can have sore ass from jalapenos. I can't imagine crapping out a baby Jesus.
Again,
put that on a T-shirt.
I'm very uncomfortable by the way we use that.
Bryan Passink is next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around. Fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
100,000 comments all week long in our chat rooms and on our social media. Fox is the latest one saying, did you guys notice Brandon Miller nowhere to be found on Alabama's social media after a 41-point game and a game-winning shot last night? We mentioned that a little bit earlier in the show. It had come to our attention. We will talk about the game last night in Columbia with our buddy Bryan Passink in just a second. But a quick reminder, we want you to go ahead and screenshot or use the QR code that's about to pop on your screen to secure your place before they're all gone in the Charles Barkley Final Pour bracket that the Redmont Vodka folks and us at the Next Round are putting on in just a few weeks now. We're almost just a little over 2 weeks away from Selection Sunday and your chance to win Chuck's Bucks.
Yeah, if you go on and you register, we're going to send you a reminder. You'll have from Selection Sunday to those first games Thursday to actually fill out your bracket, the opportunity to win Chuck's Bucks, some awesome prizes from Charles Barkley as well. We've also got a last call with Redmont Vodka coming out really soon with Donnie Mitchell. If you're wondering who Donnie Mitchell is, ran Superior Grill from the day it opened in 1995 to the day it closed this past July. So there's some interesting stories there. That'll be out soon. We'll update you on that. But pick up a bottle today. It's locally owned and operated, 8 times distilled, gluten-free. It's Redmont Vodka.
All right, former Alabama basketball player, now analyst on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, alongside Chris Stewart, Tom Stipe, Roger Hoover, is Bryan Passink. And he is on the show with us now. Welcome in, Bryan. How are you?
Doing great, guys. How are y'all today?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Bryan is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You've been to a lot of venues, and it certainly was not packed last night, but it seemed like just a different crowd that Alabama has faced with all that has gone on. I mean, you had a fight in the stands that stopped the game. Some people had to be separated. The students were obviously boisterous. Did it feel weird? I mean, was it just a odd feeling in Columbia last night?
It was, and actually there were multiple fights in the stands.
Wow.
I think just one got the attention of ESPN and the radio crew. But it was a different night, strange to say the least, lead up to that game. Not something that anyone's used to, and didn't anticipate an overtime thriller that we got. Alabama, obviously a heavy favorite coming into a struggling South Carolina team. But to the Gamecocks' credit, I mean, they shot the lights out, especially in the first half, hit tough shots, played a lot like they did earlier in the year when they went to Rupp Arena and won. And Alabama, kind of understandably so, did not have its A game for a variety of reasons. But thankfully, Brandon Miller was absolutely spectacular and was able to get a much-needed victory for a team that's trying to win a regular season championship.
Yeah, sticking with Brandon Miller, Bryan, look, you not only have been on the broadcast for years, you also obviously played the game for Alabama. We haven't seen a 40-point performance in over 5 years. The last was Colin Sexton against Minnesota back in November of 2017. But that 14 of 25, 6 threes, 41 points in 43 minutes, where does that rank on all of the Alabama basketball you've seen personally?
It's one of the best I've ever seen, and we were talking about it a little bit after the game and the post-game show, and then on the ride to the airport at like 1 a.m, whatever local time it was. It was late. I'm still tired, so forgive me. But at least I'm happy. Tired and happy is a good way to go. But it was up there with the Colin Sexton 3-on-5 game. There weren't a lot of eyeballs on that game. That was, if I remember, that was either during the Iron Bowl or the SEC championship game. So that was crazy impressive what Colin Sexton did. And then going back many years ago to Antonio McDyess, saw him score 39 points, get 20 rebounds in an NCAA tournament overtime win against Penn. And those two come to mind, but this was right up there with them as one of the all-time great individual performances by an Alabama player. And considering what the lead-up was to that game and what Brandon Miller, personally was going through, and this team, just makes it that much more impressive. And it wasn't just 41 points. I mean, that in itself gets your attention and is historic. But to get the game winner, to get the layup to send it into overtime, needed every one of those points, and they all seemed to come at big times in the game. So that was a historic performance, incredible by an incredible player.
You better than anybody, you and Chris are at every game, or for the most part every game, and you've seen this team from its infancy to now. Speaking of what you were just talking about, could you tell that there was a little weight on everyone other than Brandon Miller last night, or maybe even on Brandon Miller? Does it look like it's on the coaching staff? Was there the same enthusiasm during shoot-arounds and during the game that you normally see? Was there anything that just didn't seem like this usual team going into that because of all the stuff going on outside of basketball?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. And I was wondering during shoot-around, because I was looking for that specifically, is this team ready to go? Is there energy? Are they hyped up, ready to play? And maybe not, but that's not uncommon in shoot-arounds. There have been times that I've gone to game day practice shoot-around and thought, okay, I'm not sure this team's ready to play. And then they go and, beat somebody by 40. So it's hard to predict based on what I see in shoot-around. But what I thought might be the more likely scenario is that Brandon Miller didn't have his A game, considering the circumstances, and maybe his teammates picked him up. And it was the opposite. His teammates struggled, and Brandon Miller put this team on his back and carried them to a huge victory. And, you come into this game and you say, okay, South Carolina, a huge victory. That wouldn't be the case, but it would have been a major loss and a devastating loss in a chase to win an SEC regular season championship. So just avoiding the loss there was what makes that game huge. But for Brandon to come out and play the way he did, I was thinking about it just from a basketball standpoint. Not that I, or anyone for that matter, has Brandon Miller's talent, but let's say I did. I'm not sure I could have made a layup going into that game in warm-ups, much less score 41, the shot that sends it into overtime and then the game winner. So it makes an incredible performance that much more impressive.
Everybody seems to be having or trying to have some insight into all of this, and I forget who it was now, and I apologize for that, but somebody on the ESPN2 broadcast or in the post were talking about the shoot-around and how they were not playing music, but they always usually play music, but they weren't playing music yesterday. It just sounded a different vibe to it. You've been to a lot of those shoot-arounds. It did not sound to me like you noticed that there was music or not music at this one or that one. Was that just a misstatement by a national media person?
Well, I can't remember. I don't remember, I can't remember if there was music or not, but I don't know. I didn't notice anything really different other than, was it maybe a slight lack of energy because of the circumstances, or was it because Alabama comes in this game as a heavy favorite and South Carolina had only won 3 games? I mean, you look at shoot-around in a game like Auburn or Kentucky or Tennessee where it's a major matchup. You have the spotlight of the nation on your school for the reasons of trying to win a championship. There's a little pep to your step and a little hype leading up to the game. But this is one that, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the team leading up to it, that is a little harder to get hyped up for and have energy for. And Chris and I talked about that as one of the keys to the game is Alabama ready to play South Carolina? Do you have the same respect for South Carolina as you do for Auburn or Kentucky or going to number one Houston? I mean, Alabama, those games are easy to get dialed in and focused and ready to play. This one, not so much. So that was something I was looking for, but not uncommon, and I didn't really notice anything too far out of the norm during shoot-around.
Crimson Tide Sports Network analyst, former basketball star at Alabama, Bryan Passink with us.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ryan.
On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 51 bench minutes, 5 points. That's really, really hard to do. It's very uncommon for Alabama, though, so there's no panic, but, man, that's kind of hard to pull off.
Yeah, and we've seen this team win a variety of ways, and I think that's important coming into March, coming into trying to win an SEC regular season, hopefully have a long run in Nashville and in the NCAA tournament. You got to win different ways when certain guys are stepping up. Alabama has proven that they can win when Brandon Miller's struggling. He didn't score a field goal on the road at number one Houston earlier in the year, and Alabama obviously with maybe the biggest win in college basketball. Still, to this point in the season, just an incredible win for this team when Brandon Miller didn't have his A game. Similar situation in Fayetteville, Arkansas, against number 15 at the time, Arkansas, where Brandon didn't even take a shot in the first half. His teammates carried him in a lot of ways in those games, and Alabama was still able to get huge victories. In this one, his teammates weren't quite as good, obviously, that Brandon was. So don't have to have Brandon Miller score 41 points. This team has proven it over the course of a long season, but would love to have all involved. And when you go down the stretch run and you've got Arkansas, who has Nick Smith Jr. back and is looking more and more like that predicted top 5 national team than they were in the preseason. Auburn, a rivalry game, and then on the road to Texas A&M, who may be playing as well as anybody in college basketball. You need Brandon Miller, and you need his teammates to step up. You're going to need all hands on deck for the stretch run.
Yeah, for this stretch run, one thing that might concern you with this team on the court.
Well, they've been up and down in terms of ball security. That was a problem earlier in the season that they had seemed to rectify. And then against Tennessee, and from time to time, they've been a little loose with the basketball. But that's an area that when this team is taking care of the ball with their offensive firepower, you don't want to give up possessions because it's not just Brandon Miller. You've got other guys like Mark Sears who can really score. Javon Quinterly has proved it over the course of his career. Jaden Bradley getting downhill on drives, high pick and rolls. This team is one of the best offensive teams that I've seen in years when they're clicking offensively and taking care of the ball. So that's an area they've gotten better defensively, number 3 nationally in defensive efficiency. That may have changed after last night, but still top 5 nationally in defense. That is much improved from a year ago. I think they were in the 90s. So this is one of the most improved defensive teams in the country. But when you're number 2 and you've played the difficult schedule that Alabama has, and you're projected as the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament, there's not a lot of major flaws, but there are some issues that you want to get cleaned up before you get in the stretch run. And I would say ball security is one that hopefully Alabama will continue to improve on.
2 things real quick. Mark Sears, who I thought had become a really consistent big point scorer, it seems like they're starting to focus a little bit more on him on defense, taking him out a little bit. Have you noticed that at all? It seems like his point totals have dropped a little bit. And then Bob asked in our chat room, Rylan Griffin, what about his progression of the season? At one point, it looked like he was about to explode into a point scorer. And now it seems like he has not reached that potential. Is it just you got so many players that everybody can't play the minutes? They may have one big game here and not have another big contributing moment until 3 games later. Explain those 2 players for me, the way they've been the last few games.
Well, both, in my opinion, have exceeded expectations. I mean, a lot was expected of Mark Sears coming out of Ohio, one of the best players in the MAC, averaged just under 20 points a game. Wasn't sure that he could come close to replicating that at the power conference level, but he's done that in a big way. He's had big moments. He's a better defender than I thought. He's been top 5 in the SEC in steals most of the year. But listen, for any guard playing the level of competition that he's playing, that Alabama's playing, there are going to be ups and downs when you're a three-point shooter. So Mark Sears having an off game or two from time to time doesn't worry me in any way. Rylan Griffin may be the most improved player on the team from the beginning of the season to now. Last night was not his night, and that's the great thing about having the depth that Nate Oates has. You don't have to rely on a couple of guys to be hot each and every night. You might go with Namari Burnett, who didn't shoot the ball well, but he was really good defensively. Alabama needed stops. He and Charles Bediako on the perimeter with Namari on the inside with Charles were the anchors of the defense, and Alabama needed stops late. They got it. So Nate Oates can go deep in his bench. He can go to the hot hand when needed. And Rylan Griffin is a guy that will be counted on to make big plays down the stretch. And sometimes it's his night, sometimes it's not. But the good news is this team has enough talent and depth for somebody to make up for the slack when certain guys aren't scoring.
All right, he is Bryan Passink. You can follow him on Twitter at Bryan Passink. Played at Alabama, does the games now with Chris and the gang there, and he has been kind with his time after a very late night getting home to Birmingham. We do appreciate that, Bryan. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Appreciate y'all having me.
All right, buddy. See you soon. Bryan Passink with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, on Thursday, our non-sports four downs, Tyler will have that for us coming up in the next segment as we move on to today, part of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the crew there. I may be the next round person to call Hemp Hill.
Oh, no.
Last night when I got back, when I was watching the Alabama game in my upstairs nook, I was sitting there and I was like, it feels sticky up here. And my air conditioning was running.
Bad feeling.
I had it set on 68 and it only got to 70. It wouldn't get all the way down to 68.
Bad feeling right there.
So I may need the old hookup for Adam and Chad. Promo code TNR.
Yeah, I think Scotty. Scotty, did you have to call him the other day?
Oh, no.
Yeah, supposed to probably be coming out tomorrow. Some issues with a tub.
I mean, this is just the way it is. This is adulting. You know, things happen. Things break around the house. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, they are there for you. They're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Continue on the Next Round. About to do Tyler's 4 downs. Rockstar out on the road, so Tyler has taken the mantle of the Thursday 4 downs. The 4 downs where we get away from sports and we ask and answer weird questions. It's my favorite one of the week.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Vulcan Tires and Automotive for great locations, including the one in Pell City, Alabama, the newest one to open up the door. They got clothes on. It's not the newest one. It's the newest ones.
I got to go get the tires changed again.
Sound a lot like it.
Are those lug nuts loose?
The Denver Bronco guy was naked under his barrel.
He was, so to speak. Yeah, it was. Yes. I think that was an illusion. I think he had on short shorts.
It's wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. They here at the Next Round, we trust with our vehicles. There are locations all across the Birmingham greater area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, what's your go-to Saturday morning cartoon cereal combo, or what was?
What was back in the day, I liked the Super Friends.
That was mine too. Super Friends and Captain Crunch.
Yeah, I would go Super Friends and Frosted Flakes. Now, I'm more of a Lucky Charm guy now, but back in the day, I ate a ton of Frosted Flakes, and I love Super Friends.
Yeah, I never eat Frosted Flakes now, but I ate them a lot as a kid because Randy Brown loved him some Frosted Flakes. I don't know why my dad liked them so much, but he did, so it's what my mom would buy, and she'd get that big box, the big blue box.
Yeah, they are good. I
like Frosted Flakes. I haven't, I eat cereal maybe once a week, once every other week. I just don't eat a lot of cereal anymore.
You had to eat that pretty quick, though, before they got soggy.
Yeah. Well, here was the key, Jim. You went small portions. Just dump a little in the bowl, put milk on it, eat that.
Do you put the cereal in the same milk at that point?
I absolutely do. And add a little bit more milk. I know Lance never has.
And you add a little bit more milk.
The Frosted Flake is one of the thicker flakes.
It
you
is.
disagree with that? I think it takes a little
No,
bit
it's
longer.
good, but I think you got to go smaller portions.
The Raisin Bran Flake gets a lot.
My dad liked Raisin Bran too. Did your dad like Raisin Bran?
Yeah, but I had to put more sugar on Raisin Bran. It wasn't sweet enough for me.
I always felt like if we had Raisin Brans in the house, somebody had given it to us. That's really what I felt.
You don't like it?
I hated it.
This is Dunaway being poor. Two things I liked on the cartoons there, Tyler, were I liked the Looney Tunes, Foghorn Leghorn, and all that. Looney
Laugh Tunes. Olympics for me,
and
too.
the Laugh Olympics. I love the Laugh
Olympics.
It was a bunch of the characters.
The Hanna-Barbera characters.
Yeah, they all competed in
Scooby-Doo and all that.
And they were on teams, and they competed in the Olympics, and they laughed.
And you had the...
Oh, yeah, Muttley.
Yeah, Muttley, yeah.
Dick.
Yeah. Sorry?
Muttley and what?
Dastardly Dick.
Oh,
or
wow.
Dick Dastardly, rather.
Yeah.
Either way.
Either
way, we don't do cartoons like that.
Didn't Pepe Le Pew get canceled?
That was,
Oh, yeah, he got cut out of the Space Jam movie with LeBron.
Because he was
a predator, right?
He was a little too fresh with a female. Skunks, by the way.
It was a little...
Animated skunks.
A little aggressive, right?
Pepe Le Pew got canceled, but we're letting Dastardly Dick still run around?
It's Dick Dastardly. I messed that up.
Okay. I don't remember that one, but I do remember the guy that laughed like that. So it's the same guy? The brown laugh? Do it again.
Muttley, the laugh Brown did, was Dick Dastardly's dog.
Yeah. Okay.
Second down.
All right. Earlier we were talking about cult classics. So what's the definitive cult classic from your generation, and what's your favorite? Mine for both is Donnie Darko.
See, I've never seen Donnie Darko.
It's a good one.
And it is good, and Lunsford's giving it a thumbs up. So for me, and this is going to date me a little bit, but Death Race 2000 and The Warriors. I love both of those movies. I've seen them probably 10, 15 times each. But those are cult classics. I don't know if you guys remember in the 70s, New York had all these gangs.
Right.
That's what The Warriors was about. Death Race 2000 was looking to the future. I think it was 1975. Sylvester Stallone, David Carradine. But basically, you had a car, and for every person you hit, you got points. So you try to run people down.
Oh, is that where that came from? We'd be going down the road, and they're like, oh, there's a biker that's 50.
Yeah.
That came from that?
Yeah, and you get more points for, like, women and children. I mean, it was pretty dark, but...
Really? That's that's pretty dark. Women and children.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
No, I just remember riding down the road as a high school person, and they were like, "Oh, that's 50 points right there," and
that was it.
Patrick
like,
asked,
"What are y'all talking
does
about?"
Does Dazed and Confused count? Because I might go. I don't know how to define a cult classic.
I don't know if that's really a cult classic.
Give me some 80s cult classics.
I thought a cult classic was always defined as like a movie that didn't do well at the box office, but then because of like physical releases,
like Army of Darkness, Reanimator would be one.
It's not from my childhood, but in my lifetime, I liked Sin City. Was that a cult classic?
No.
Oh.
Give me some 80s cult classics.
80s. Well,
Return of the Living Dead. I know you hate that one, probably.
Yeah, apocalyptic. Don't like those.
Trying to think of some.
Rocky Horror Picture Show from when I was young. There is that a cult classic?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
But we went to watch it in a theater, so
Faces of Death.
I wouldn't say Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller. Heather's would be one.
Yep.
Heather's would be a cult. Ferris Bueller was mainstream.
Yep.
a lot of Rocky Horrors there.
I think Lost Boys was mainstream.
That was definitely mainstream. You had the two Cordies starring in it.
Boondock Saints was 90s. I thought it was so overrated. Spinal Tap,
This
definitely.
is Spinal Tap. Okay, there we go. Now we got one.
Definitely.
Yep.
Sin City? Sin City
That's
one?
twice you've asked that now.
You just like Jessica Alba or Chaps.
How is that not? Is that not a cult classic? It was shot like a cartoon,
I liked
basically.
it. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was unique, very violent, but I thought it was good.
Sin City, is that a cult classic or not?
Swamp Thing is, yeah.
Throw that in there, out there for us. Sin City, cult classic or not?
Patrick's right. Christmas Story is a cult classic. I doubt that did well at the box office, but it is on all the time on Christmas.
Sin City is not a cult classic.
If I Google in the commercial break, Sin City cult classic,
I get a yes.
It will not be.
I don't think so.
Spaceballs?
Spaceballs, yeah.
I like Spaceballs,
More
yeah.
so.
That's Chase's.
Yeah, Spaceballs are like Young Frankenstein, maybe.
You know, Clockwork Orange won Best Picture.
That's what Greg says.
Yeah, but I can't really consider it a cult classic. I mean, I've got it on DVD. I think it is fantastic. You guys would absolutely hate it. But
I've seen Clockwork Orange.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now Royal Pain says Office Space is the number one
There's
cult.
only one of them.
There's only one.
But isn't one like the original was like the Manchurian Candidate or something like
Those
that?
are different movies. Oh, gosh.
Oops.
Howard the Duck, Steven says.
Maybe I don't know what Clockwork Orange is.
Clearly not. Royal Pain says Office Space.
Clockwork,
I think Office Space is.
Clockwork Orange, do they tape the guy's eyelids open and make him watch a video?
Yeah.
That's in Manchurian Candidate.
No, it's not.
It is, 100%.
No.
Manchurian Candidate, they
brainwash him.
Yeah, they brainwash him, but
to do an assassination.
That's right.
This is trying to do the reversal. This is about rehabbing Malcolm McDowell.
Did you watch the
By the way, spoiler alert, doesn't work.
Manchurian Candidate, the remake, the one with Denzel? Do you like it?
I like the original better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've watched both. I like both.
Third down.
All right. What's the best actor that's also a musician? Or you can word that the other way around.
I would go Donald Glover, I guess. You know, Donald Glover
is a musician?
Oh, yeah.
See, I didn't know that part.
Childish Gambino is his rap name.
Oh, okay.
That's Donald Glover?
I know who that is. Yeah.
I never knew that.
So he was in Community.
He's in Atlanta, his own series that he created.
Okay.
And he was in Spider-Man Coming Home. I think it was Spider-Man Coming Home.
Yeah.
No Way Home.
No.
Homecoming.
Thank you.
Jamie Foxx is a great one.
Yeah,
Daniel,
that's who Daniel throws out.
I don't
can we go
consider
Jamie Foxx?
I don't consider him a musician.
Well, I mean, he sung all the Ray Charles, but I mean, he doesn't do releases.
He
didn't even do his own music in Ray.
I thought he did.
No, not in that movie, but he has several hits. He had several hits.
If you can't do your own music in Ray.
No, he had several hits away from any movie. He had
He wrote on the coattails of Kanye West.
He has an album out where he's a singer. Justin Timberlake's Mind Trip. Thank you, Justin Timberlake.
I think Billy Bob Thornton. Justin Timberlake's not really an actor.
Yeah, what movies is Justin Timberlake in?
Friends with Benefits. Thank you.
Jesus. He was okay in Social Network. I'll give you that.
There's another one. Social Network 2.
Lady Gaga.
Summer Catch. Was he in Summer Catch?
I'm going to put John on.
No, he married her.
Put Lunsford on. I'm sure he's dying back there.
He did In Time. He did Inside Llewyn Davis, a Coen Brothers film. He did Friends with Benefits. He was in Bad Teacher, Social Network. He was voices in the Trolls movies.
Thank you.
In the third Shrek movie.
My God, he's probably got 2 Hollywood stars.
He probably has done 40 movies.
Oh, I get that. We're talking who are the best actor musicians.
One of y'all said, he's only been in like 2 movies.
Why? That was me.
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Lunsford. Thank you, Lunsford. I mean, he's a hell of a musician.
Lady
you can't
Gaga.
argue with that.
Bradley Cooper is not a singer.
He's singing that. People are confusing because he's saying his part in A Star Is Born. Yeah.
Fourth down.
It's been the most controversial 4 downs ever.
I dislike him, but Frank Sinatra is a great answer, Mr. B.
No, it is. It is.
Because he was a great
answer.
actor and considered by some to be a great musician.
Elvis too.
Elvis,
kind of a shitty actor, but
well, I mean, he had an impacted colon. You try to act with an impacted colon, Lance.
Chris Christopherson's a great one. Yeah,
I like Chris Christopherson. That is a good one.
All right. Fourth down, you can keep one director: Scorsese, Spielberg, Tarantino.
Easy, Spielberg.
Easy.
You said Scorsese.
Yep.
And
I
then
said Spielberg. Easy. Don't even have to think twice.
Don't stare at me. It's not like I get the deciding vote.
The Departed, Wolf of Wall Street,
good.
Casino,
Very
Goodfellas,
good.
Raging Bull, Taxi Driver.
I would go
Cape
Spielberg.
Fear.
Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and
Spielberg didn't direct Star Wars.
Indiana Jones, Lance, Indiana Jones.
Sin City.
Okay. He knew George Lucas,
he did.
so I apologize, Lance. Saving Private Ryan.
There you go. Brown's favorite film of all time.
Apollo 13.
No, Ron Howard.
Bracket challenge payoff.
Ron Howard, what?
Sports your bracket challenge payoff. Acting with an impacted colon.
Well, I mean, it'd be hard to do. Lance is taking shots at Elvis. He hadn't taken a crap in 6 weeks. You try to act.
I think in Blue Hawaii he had taken plenty of craps. He was skinny back then.
Okay, let's do this. Let's
He was shitting like a duck back then.
let's write the number 6 is the lowest number, and how many spins we have on the wheel. And that'll be our bracket challenge. We have to go that many days without a bowel movement.
No.
Really get a tattoo.
You may end up with both. That is.
He said what? Says, I love it when Brownie tells movies. It's like a dog staring at a ceiling fan.
Apollo 13.
That was Ron Howard. I mean, he and Spielberg are contemporaries, Lance.
All right, so no on the spinning wheel of poop.
I'll still take Spielberg. Definitely over Tarantino. Tarantino could never make another movie and it'd be too soon. His stuff is awful.
It's not awful. You got to have
seen a
for it.
Tarantino movie that you ever liked,
Nope.
or just none at all?
Not a one.
Okay.
Nope.
I've only seen a couple that I really don't like.
That guy, he
I
may as well have made movies in French. Yeah, it would have done the same for me. Can't stand him.
Okay, what if we start at the number 1 and then go all the way?
No,
spinning
Jim.
wheel of poop for the bracket.
Why are you
payoff.
trying to lose weight?
I don't want to bet my crap on this. Come on, man. Just do the liner and let's go.
All right. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, if you're heading to a college basketball game in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, Dead Battery is not going to get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what all they can do for you and your vehicle. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com, and if you're in one of those 4 locations, make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, we continue on. Do we have Dom Capers' hair from the news conference yesterday? Hold it if you do. Okay, right after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's, you guys tell me what's going on here. At Wayne's, though, I'll tell you what's going on. We're celebrating 50 years of business at Wayne's. Our friends at Wayne's, they've been around 50 years now. And here in the rest of this month, they want you to get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, your mosquito services. You can do that by going to callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. You guys come on in. Brown, help to get them in.
Come on.
Y'all come on in. Y'all walk in front of the cameras.
Just fine. Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah, walk in front of the cameras. David, back when he was a high school football coach, he got delay of game penalties all the time. Y'all walk on through. Come over here. Come on through.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. We got plenty of seats in here.
Yeah.
A lot of in-studio visitors.
Somebody mark Walls back 5 yards there for delay of game there. Our friends at Wayne celebrating 50 years of service, and they want to say thank you by giving you $50 off their pest, their termite, their lawn, or mosquito services. You can stack those two, so you can save 50, you can save 100, 150, $200 there with service. The best part about this, it's not just for new customers as well. Existing customers can take advantage of this savings. All you have to do is use the promo code TNR. The promo code TNR, and go to the website, callwaynes.com. Callwaynes.com. Happy anniversary, 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. All right, college football conversation after we spent a lot of the show talking basketball today. If you want to see anything we've had to say about Brandon Miller or Auburn and Alabama's win last night, you can get it always podcasted on all 12 of our platforms at your convenience throughout the day. Remember, another show starts at the top of the hour here, and the replay runs for 24 hours. In college football every year, in to be honest, last year Tennessee was this team, and I think it lived up to expectations, the Volunteers. But last offseason, we heard a lot about Tennessee. Tennessee's going to be really improved. Tennessee's back. Tennessee's going to be a 10-win team. Maybe they can win the SEC. Maybe they can finally beat Alabama. They accomplished some of those goals last year. So if I asked you going into this college football season, who are the 5 sexiest offseason teams that the media will fall in love with and talk up as we start spring football on the 27th at Auburn and then around the other SEC schools in the country? Brownie, the 5 sexiest teams
all right,
for you.
So not all mine are national championships. One of mine is just conference, but most of mine are national championship. I think Florida State's going to be your number 1, Jim. That's going to be everybody's going to be in love with Florida State.
Everybody they think Florida State's back.
Finish strong. They feel like they've got it turned around. Got a quarterback coming back with Jordan Travis. I think they're going to be really, really good. I agree with them. Southern Cal, I think everybody lands returning the Heisman Trophy winner. Get a little bit more defense. Now, you do lose Jordan Addison, but returning the Heisman Trophy winner, Southern Cal. LSU, everybody's going to love them some LSU. They destroyed was it Wisconsin in the bowl game, wasn't it? They won their bowl game big, beat Alabama last year. Played for the LSU.
Oh, okay.
I was back on USC. I'm on number 3.
Okay.
Beat Alabama. Play in the SEC championship game. I think there's going to be some SEC love for South Carolina. Obviously not national championship, but to win the conference. And I think Penn State. People are going to talk themselves into Penn State. They went to the Rose Bowl last year, did lose Sean Clifford, but I think people will talk themselves into Penn State.
Go ahead, LT.
I think we're going to have a lot of duplication. Look, Washington, Caleb.
I didn't think about that.
That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, 14 returning starters, including Michael Penix. That is going to be a sexy pick to win the Pac-12.
I don't hate it either, do you?
I don't hate it, no.
Yeah, and keeping Ryan Grubb, too, the offensive coordinator. Alabama wanted him, obviously.
South Carolina, the way they ended the season, big wins over Tennessee and Clemson. Spencer Rattler, when he's playing his best football, that team's really good. That offense is. LSU, I agree with you. They're going to be a sexy pick. I love them. I think they win the SEC. Penn State and Florida State's my number 1 as well.
Boy, I hate when we all think alike. We didn't see this when we did this. My sexiest 5, Penn State. Now, I think Penn State backs it up. I think, like Tennessee last year, they got a chance to win the Big Ten. Those 2 great freshman running backs, now sophomore, they're back. They're better at receiver. I think they make an upgrade with a new quarterback. Sean Clifford's
I wish
gone.
I could have seen more of him, but I think Clifford was really he won a bunch of games, had some yards, Lance, but wouldn't you just call him kind of average college quarterback?
Yeah, he was an experienced quarterback
but
that
average.
didn't lose you games. Yeah, he was just good enough.
This thing's not getting any lighter, guys. I mean, you can let me finish.
I like how you put sexy down the side right there.
LSU is number 4. They're darn good. USC is number 3. South Carolina is number 2. They will not meet expectations.
Well, I mean, what do you think their expectations are?
People are going to think they're going to be a 9 or 10. They're going to think South Carolina is what Tennessee was last year.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. I thought South Carolina coming into this year would be a better team with a worse record than the year before. They proved me wrong.
They're a better team with a better record, right?
But now go look who they lost in the transfer portal this year.
No, they lost a lot of people. And then you open with North Carolina and you play Clemson. I mean, that's a tough out-of-conference schedule for them.
Yeah, and Florida State here. Washington was a good ad by you. Tennessee's not here because they're not sexy picks anymore in the offseason. They are back into the conversation, though I think Tennessee takes a step back.
On y'all's list, if you had to guarantee one of your 5 is in the top 5 to end the season, who would it be?
USC.
I think I would go with USC or Penn State.
I think I'd go LSU.
You're big on the Bayou Bengals.
Yeah, LSU is going to be this summer's Utah for you.
Well, I think Harold Perkins is the best linebacker in football.
Yeah. Well, he probably was at the end of the year last year.
And Jaden Daniels.
Now do the other 21 positions.
No, but Jaden Daniels blew me away. Those receivers were young, led by Malik Neighbors. Brian Kelly in year 2.
Let's poll the audience over here. I'll go you first. In the offseason, there's always one college football team that everybody says is back. It's not on any of our list. Who is that usually? Not in the SEC yet.
Well, that's a tough question, Jim.
I gave it away. Just shout it out, anybody.
Texas.
Texas is correct.
Texas, Jim. That's the answer you were looking for. Why don't you just tell me?
Okay, bonus question so you don't get ejected. What is the name of that chair? What kind of chair is that?
He's
great. It is a great chair.
It is a great chair.
Tell them the name of that chair.
It is a womb chair.
A womb chair.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel like you're back in the womb? Loaded question.
Yeah, wow, that was a weird question. Normally Dunaway asks those.
No, but I mean that's why they call it a whoop chair. It's so comfortable.
Yep.
Fantastic.
What a good line.
Fantastic. All right. That's our sexy off-season teams in college football. See, we set you up for that great line right there, right? Yeah, absolutely. Teed it up right there. All right. When we come back, we'll put the wraps on the show and everything. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, just a guy who wants to give back to the community. When's the last time you had your roof inspected? If it's been a while, it's time to get a free no-cost roof inspection. Greg will do that for you. All you have to do is call this number. And what's amazing about Greg is that this is his cell number, so this will ring right on his belt. So if he's up on the roof, you may have to leave a message. 205-542-3531, 542-3531. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation at all. But trust me, you're going to want to do business with Greg if you need work done on that roof, because he's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. The local businesses, he's part of it. He's got 10 kids, so he's not going anywhere. He's going to be here for a while. He and his wife own it. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg for Pell City. And if you're an active service person, reservist, or a member of the military, he's got some free other add-ons he'll do for you, like some pipe jack boots, flashing, and gutter repairs that he will do for you just to say thank you for your service. Hit him up today, Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Back with you on the next round. Next round, we'll revisit some of those point spreads that Brown gave us a little bit earlier in just a second. Trip jumps in. Can't believe South Carolina
is plus 1.5 versus North Carolina. I thought Cocky would be favored in that one. But remember, big quarterback back from North Carolina at a moment was a Heisman leader.
Yeah, look, and let's not forget Carolina won 9 games out last year. You're talking about Drake May. This will be his final season. Most people project him coming second off the board behind Caleb Williams out of USC. And Carolina, if it wasn't for a bad November, I mean, it's a team that was in the top 10 at one point last year.
Yeah, a dad joke of the day from Kevin over there. What did the twin say to the other twin? I need more womb.
Jeez, that is pretty bad.
It's a dad joke.
It is a dad joke.
Yeah. If you don't want to look like your dad, if you want to keep that hair, Dr. B will help. Take the hat off, man. Show him the hair. Look at that head of hair right there.
You can't wear a hat and take it off because your hair is all matted. You don't have to worry
I don't
about
have that problem.
Yeah.
Done.
I will not wear a hat tomorrow. How about that?
Okay.
This is only the second time. I've split it up this week. 2 times without a hat, 2 times with. Anyway, the older we get, unfortunately for a lot, we start to lose a little bit of hair. When it started to happen to me over a year ago, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name everyone mentioned. Dr. B, the best of the business. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. Beckenstein pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
All right, as we wind down the show, again, if you want to hear anything we've said today about Brandon Miller, Alabama's win last night, or Auburn's win, Justin Hokanson from Auburn Live on 3 Sports and Bryan Passink, Crimson Tide Sports Network, part of our podcast today, nextroundlive.com, the website. If you're listening to us on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, thanks for being with us today on those platforms, Odyssey, Alexa, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and on our video platforms at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and on Instagram. Before we get to the point spread, and one last point from Brown, the picture of the day from yesterday, Dom Capers, who was the first coach in Carolina, off the Dr. B comment here. You got to zoom in for me. Dom Capers' hair yesterday.
It's Lego hair.
It looks.
It is like you put it on. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that Lego character where you could change his hair?
Is there any way to zoom in? Can you pull it up, Tyler, on our computer screen? Just Dom Capers, D-O-M, Capers, C-A-P-E-R-S, or just look Bad Breath. I think that pops up too.
Yeah, I was going to ask. That's the guy you said is the worst breath you've ever encountered,
What's
right?
the word?
Halitosis?
Yeah. 3 different interviews, 3 different cities.
Straightest bangs I've seen since Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah,
I mean that is painted on, is it not?
Well, I mean, it's a legit.
That's paint.
It's a toupee. No, it's a toupee.
But the front part is painted.
Yeah, it looks highly flammable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it really does.
I mean, just the straight edges. I don't know why he went straight edges.
Yeah, well, it's a paint job, Brown. He laid down a book, it looks like, and just sprayed it right here. It looks about as slippery as the Super Bowl end zone, right?
Yeah, it's not a good look.
He was their first ever head coach, and now he's back as an off-the-field defensive analyst 35 years ago. It's hard to believe the Panthers have been around 35 years, but
I agree.
He was their first head coach. So that's our.
What you got, Tyler?
Oh, nothing. I was just going to say,
I'm sorry.
It looks exactly like Jim Carrey
in
Dumb and Dumber.
No, you're right. It is Dumb and Dumber, Jim Carrey.
I would 100% trust this guy to deliver my bags cross-country.
All right, Brownie, you had a couple more things here before we done.
Real quick, I wanted to answer a question from the chat room. Jeremiah asked, he said, I'm a couple hours behind. I heard you guys talking about guests you'd like to have on. Did not mention Marty. And he said, I actually despise Marty Smith on ESPN until I heard him on your show, and I grew to love him from your show. Does he just refuse to come on anymore? Marty's schedule is just really, really crazy. ESPN has him all over the country.
Can't believe he's getting to do the basketball sidelines that he's doing. I mean, he's at a game, it feels like 3 nights a week.
But it's weird that Jeremiah would ask that because Marty and I were texting about something completely unrelated, and he brought up the fact that he hadn't been on in a while. I think he's coming on with us tomorrow or Monday, so it's weird Jeremiah would ask that. So I just wanted to answer that because I know a lot of people ask about Marty. They love Marty, and he hasn't been on in a little bit. It's absolutely nothing. He's not big time in this or anything. ESPN has him all over the place. So it just is really, really difficult on him. But he's with us either tomorrow or Monday.
All right, so looking forward when Marty's back on the show. Earlier, FanDuel put out some early college football lines. I made a stake bet, threw out some winners for you early on. You guys know how good I am with that.
Fantastic.
Brownie, some of the ones that caught everybody's interest, North Carolina, South Carolina, the open weekend was in the chat room. Which ones popped out for you, LT? Ones that you thought were just totally wrong and off?
Oh, let's see here.
It seems like you were a little surprised by Texas minus 5.5 against Oklahoma in the Red River Shootout.
No.
Big number? No.
No. Maybe just because I had it at 4.5. Bama minus 9.5 against Texas, too low. Bama's 9.5 against LSU, too high in my opinion. Georgia minus 7.5. Who was that against Tennessee? In Athens?
Yep.
Or is that Knoxville?
That is in Knoxville.
Yeah, still not high enough. I think that was about it.
What about Clemson and Florida State? Do you think Clemson's a better team than Florida State this year?
Probably.
What about for you, Brown? What popped out?
I mean, that North Carolina, South Carolina is really, really interesting. I was surprised, honestly. Nebraska just 6.5 at Colorado. That one surprised me a little bit.
People will probably play Colorado in that game.
I would think so.
They'll be making a mistake.
You think so?
Probably.
I mean,
With our coach Matt Rule.
I'm trying to remember. Is that a week 1, week 2?
I think it's week 2. I think it's week 1.
Week 1, but second game for Colorado.
Yeah, I got you on that one. So yeah, you gotta. I mean, there's a few that jumped out at me there. Michigan minus 1.5 at Penn State. Then Michigan only minus 1 against Ohio State. And what was the Ohio State Penn State? See, that was a little bit bigger, 8.5.
Yeah, Ohio State 8.5 at home to Penn State.
Yeah.
Penn State's gonna be a good football team this year.
I agree.
Can you make a case Michigan should be the favorite in the Big Ten?
Yeah. I mean, they've beaten Ohio State back-to-back years. Been college football playoff back-to-back years. Yeah. Quarterback's an unknown for Ohio State this year. You assume under Ryan Day you're going to get a lot of production there, but J.J. McCarthy coming back from Michigan, to me, best quarterback, pure talent that Jim Harbaugh has had since he's been in Ann Arbor.
All right, so that's our football conversation today. Remember, basketball last night, Alabama a winner at South Carolina, where Brandon Miller, with all the stuff off the court circling around him, he scores 41 points. Alabama now gets Arkansas at home this weekend. 1 o'clock tip for that one on ESPN2. Arkansas with Nick Smith now, a challenging team for Alabama Saturday at home. You agree? Disagree?
I think, I agree. I mean, Nick Smith, the way he played the other night, if this is all coming together for Arkansas, and again, I thought Alabama outside of Brandon Miller played tight last night.
And then for Auburn, they get the win after trailing 63-59 in the second half over Ole Miss to keep their NCAA tournament hopes alive. They're on the road at Kentucky. Brownie, finish that drink and then tell me how tough of a game is that for Auburn.
I mean, that's a really difficult game. As you said, Janai Broome versus Oscar Tshiebwe has got to be your key matchup there, right? I mean, I don't know. I almost said if you just give me Tshiebwe, I wonder, Lance, if I gave you Tshiebwe's line, if you could tell me who wins the game.
Yeah,
you think it comes down to that?
So, yeah. I mean, to me, top end Tshiebwe, it starts with Tshiebwe. Guard play's not great for Kentucky. Yeah, if you told me that, I'd feel pretty good about it.
Other people in the chat room and in the room here on other off-season sexy college football picks, Colorado and Auburn were mentioned. We'd love to get yours overnight. When you catch us on the replay, send them to us. We'll hit those tomorrow for you. Don't forget, later today, we're live down at the new Slice location in Crestline. We'll be there 5 to 7, especially showing all our video platforms from 5 to 6. And tomorrow, we're up in Coleman at Johnson RV Center, johnsonrvcenter.com, Coleman location. We'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Remember to set your alerts on all of our platforms to know when we're going live with our next show. The next 4-hour live show, the traditional, the GOAT right here, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.